lesson here, baby.
Is far from over. In fact, it is just beginning. Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 6 Europe Grand Finals. The 8 best teams from Europe West and Middle East and Africa have progressed from regional playoffs to the final stage. And now they come up against 8 of the best sides in the region. The Grand Finals will be held over 2 weekends, from April 29th to May 1st, and from May 6th to May 8th. This is the final step. One last push to fight for the $250,000 prize pool and the PCS6 Europe title. Don't miss a second of the action. It's all live here. Every knock, every shot, every frag. Bring it on.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
Futbolist, they're wrapping back round the north, but they're going to go straight through Northern Lights.
They're going to be driving straight down on top of them as well. What's going to happen? Luke finds one, Batulins finds the second. Will they find the third as well? Nope, Nailcop so far able to stay alive through it. As I say that, not going to happen. Mexi finds the last and Futbolist. Well, they lived, they drove.
That's ENCE, and this is all very Navi style, sort of understanding where people are fighting and then coming in to try and sweep up. Yes, they're happy to fight any team, but they'd like to fight them the easiest way possible. Speaking of a hard way, though, we've got Heroic versus Northern Lights Spyro with a ridiculous late what looks like turn this fight around. Northern Lights were on their last legs there, and they still go down. They are out of the placement points here in game number one. Heroic.
Making, I don't want to say it's a mistake because it's just incredibly unfortunate coincidence that the molly gets exploded by the nade there, but that's just really something you don't want to see happen. In the meantime, QBE finds two in the drive-by, Nail'em finds one as well. SKADE getting killed by vehicles, but it's going to be the people in the cars taking them out, and in a matter of a split second, Entropiq drives on by and takes down the entirety of SKADE. In the meantime, Tuster takes down BNR, trying to do the exact same.
Actually bodies him. That could have been a neck shot, I'm not sure. To start things off, gets spotted on the off angle from QB, but it's going to be Vard who gets the first knock onto Evas. Now, this doesn't mean Liquid can collapse. They have to be careful. It's now a 3v3. Vard gets return knocked himself by Lucarux, and that's exactly what they wanted to avoid. Liquid now need to find a way to consolidate this position.
Once again inside the vehicle, Mix is going to go down here as well. 3v1 Liquid. Can't seem to close it on out in the end. This one, obviously, not exactly working in their favor. 14 kills. Make that be fair.
Ruin and Esky, yes, okay. That was rough just now. They've got 8 kills this game so far, HOWL, so they're having a great one.
I mean, Entropiq off of a 16-kill win. They're already double digits this time around with a top 3 guaranteed. Insane performance regardless of what happens from here. Ivers goes down as they try to make the aggressive play forward. Example now, spotting Lucarux. The car will explode in a second. He will find him as well. But Nail'em, the solo play left eye, finds the first one. Doesn't get a single. Oh my lord, Nail'em commits to the spray transfer, finds them both. Won't be able to stay alive, but what an... Yep, can't find it. Gwizzy though coming over, loving one forward, gets the double. Nail'em alive. That vehicle bounces the other direction. Fortunately able to stay alive, but now the blue is coming into.
Entropiq getting increasingly desperate. They wanted to be able to push in with that smoke corridor onto NAVI by now. Take a look at where they are. They basically haven't moved because NAVI have pinned them the heck down. And that is NAVI up to 8 kills with Entropiq. Opposite choice because I don't think NAVI can quite get there in time. So they should be able to get the revive up. Let's see. Here comes the nade. Are they able to run away in time? Salik goes down.
First one falls. Here comes the push on through. Aggressive push forward. That does find the first one. Will he get more? It's just 9 HP left to work with. Not gonna matter. Reg knew they had to make a play. They wanted to get it done. More stuff wraps up.
They start shooting before they see Fender lost.
Oh, the timing!
That is
absolutely huge. Massive. Gustav did not trap all the way around, and sometimes when you flank, you get outflanked, and Dendalos did exactly what he had to there. Unfortunately for him, FAZE did manage to do damage in return, but Dendalos again able to find a knock, down to just 1 HP, but able to claim the points by the seconds, and all of a sudden Diggory, the solo player, left on the other side.
You're watching day number 2 of the PUBG Continental Series 6 for Europe. 16 teams are bringing the heat. 8 of them were invited. The other 8 have qualified into these grand finals. Of course, all competing for their share of that $220,000 prize pool and those PGC points, which are up for grabs. That's what they want, and that's hopefully what they're going to get. We saw some incredible action in day number 1. I'm expecting all of these teams to bring exactly the same amount of passion as we come into day number 2. Talking about passion, 2 gents that are very passionate about PUBG, and I've just set them up to throw a bunch of random stuff at me. Avenger and Kalaris are here. Avenger, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Obviously, I'm being bullied by all of you, but we can dive into that later.
It's not our fault that you're just bad at choosing fantasy teams. Kalaris, you feeling good today?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. I'm kind of middle of the road right now, so I really can't berate anybody too much. But I think for the teams, I think they're hoping for some better circles than they had to deal with yesterday, but I'm hoping for the worst circles imaginable, as always.
I do like that. I like your way of thinking, because secretly I hope for those worst circles as well. We are going to talk all about the action. We're going to talk about the teams. We're going to talk about what you saw yesterday, what to expect. But first, we're going to have a little bit of fun. So I hope that you've set up your fantasy teams on twire.gg. A lot of the talent here on PCS6 has done it as well. And we're actually going to show you how the talent is doing. It'll also give you an idea of how some of the teams have been performing. So first up, Kalaris' team here. You are the only one of us that had an Entropiq player on your fantasy team. That was a smart move.
It was. Ivus was one of the guys that didn't do as much on the team, but I have faith in Entropiq. And guys like Nail up a little bit expensive for me, a bit out of my price range. I'm going for that balanced approach. I was actually very surprised to see this and see how little damage someone like Lou had done, but that's by the by. I'm sure that'll come along later on. But yeah, the fact that Ivus has been able to move on, getting that one survival towards the end of that game, obviously that they were victorious in, very happy to see, and I'm hoping for more numbers as we continue on.
We're going to take a look now at my fantasy team. I had a pretty good day yesterday, as did pretty much all the players in my team, Avenger.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of surprising because obviously you call yourself, or James called you an expert, and it turns out that you're quite the expert, even though I would never in the world have gone with 3 IGLs, Batulins, Gustav, and Gemty, of course. They tend to be the teams that, you know, or on the teams, they tend to die first due to their, usually the ones scouting or in off positions or anchoring. But they did extremely well, and we know Gustav is a beast, Bertolins is doing well, and Gemty and SKADE stepped up massively yesterday compared to what they have been able to in some of the prior tournaments. So it's really good to see, obviously, that your team is doing well, but also the guys in the team and their respectable team is doing super good.
I think, obviously, you heard what Avenger had to say about my team, and when you take a look at his, I think what we've learned is don't ever listen to him when it comes to making a fantasy team pick.
I'll tell you exactly why my team consists of these exact players here. Smash, the #1 G-Loot Grand Final team player with the kills. He had the #1 kills. The #1. And then Spyro, the #4. And he got 3rd at PGC. Kurexi, the #4 killer from PGC Grand Finals 2021. These players are all globally respected and are absolutely insane fraggers, but not just until week 2. It's happening in week 2, guys. And we're on day #1 of 6 days.
You know what, Sam? As much as I would love to grill Avenger right now, I agree with him. You know, I think this is a good team. I think they've
It's a
just
fantastic
had
team.
a bit of a bad start, a bit of a bad day. Even Hyruzen, all right? 10K, I think. Was it Avenger?
It's a steal. Yeah, it's a bargain.
It's a steal. This guy was there at PGC as well. Obviously, kind of as a potential substitute, you know, and things like that. But the fact that he's on Thunder, I think Thunder has had their moments as well. I think Avenger will rise. This is the first time I've ever been nice on desk. There you go. That's it. That's it.
Well, you have to be when you're an analyst with me, right? When you're a co-analyst, you have to kind of be nice.
I guess, yeah.
Are you both done? Are you done?
Yeah,
Let's take a look at the talent leaderboard. Cool. So you've said your piece. And
Look at that. The one with 3 IGLs on the team is on the top. How amazing. No, but I talked a bit with some of the teams and some of the players after yesterday. And they're all, guys, calm down. Yeah, Entropiq is doing well. It's day #1. We have 5 more days. And obviously, we're not going to talk about Toby or Joro. Their team is extremely unethical. They decided to double dip. You know, we don't double dip. It's unethical. 2 players from the same team. It should not be a thing. I think you should have maximum 1 player from each team. Otherwise, you don't really spread out everything too much. But other people say it's high risk, high reward. I don't agree. It should not be in the rules. You should not be able to have more than 1 player from each team.
Thank you for that.
Can we confirm? Did Fraz double dip as well?
Did he change? I think he changed.
I think he double dipped. I'm pretty sure he doubled it. I could check in like 1 second.
I'm gonna make a call. I'm making a call. This
Frost
is an executive call.
Frost double dipped with Mexi and Vard, so yeah, he did.
Ah.
But they were also
Well, you know
insanely
what?
cheap. 20,000 for Mexi and 25 for Vard is insane
Yeah, it's
cheap.
very good.
And so was the NLT players.
We are disqualifying anyone who double dipped. You're out. I agree with Avenger. No, sorry. But this is actually the team that you wanted to pick. This was the ideal team from
Right.
yesterday. This
Our
is how
leader.
you get. I know, and it's a pretty impressive selection because there was in fact someone who chose this team, Josh Frack. So he's obviously sitting in the top spot on Tire.gg. Lucky guess, maybe Kalaris.
Yes.
There-
That's all I'm gonna go.
That was the answer. That was where we are. Right, we've had a little bit of fun with the fantasy league. We've disqualified Froz and Toby. They are off, which will take
Also,
them off the
Joro
leaderboard.
as well.
Joro. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. Joro as well. Everyone's off. I'm on the top. That's the end of the fantasy league. It's finished. We're not doing it anymore. I win. Yes. Here we go. Let's actually get into the important stuff now. Of course, it is only day one, and we are going to see the standings in a bit. But this is a question that I do have for you based on what you were saying earlier and based on those standings. Does it really matter if you're sitting in the bottom 8 right now, Kalaris? It is only day one. You've only played 5 games. Should any of these teams be too concerned just yet?
No. Especially some of those bigger names that we think will be able to bump up quite nicely. I mean, look at yesterday. Obviously, you can't really sit there and say, oh, but they were tough circles. It was a little bit hard for them to get to those circles. Because teams like Entropiq, for example, were coming in late and being able to play the southern edges of those Erangel circles really well. Nice 3-1 splits, nail up to God, looking really good at the top. Like, that was amazing to see.
Right.
But some of these teams on the right-hand side, like when these next circles come along and we get a bit more of an average situation going on.
Right.
I mean, you saw at Miramar, right? Like opportunities to enter those circles of Avenger a bit more keen, and some of those teams down towards the bottom got a bit more points.
So I looked through the games yesterday again, and like NLT, they had really rough games in terms of every single rotation they did. It was like opposite edges, and but they still have 21 points. They're 19 points behind BBL. That's a win with 9 kills. It's literally one game, and they're in the top 5. It's so close still. Only Entropiq is literally the team that has, you know, like potentially 1 game lead in terms of points to the rest of the teams right now. Everybody else is still within 1 game's reach, maybe except for Road to Glory at the moment.
We're going to take a look at the schedule so you can see what is up today. We get to see 3 Miramar games, and then we'll end it off with a wrangle. And I'm curious as to whether or not you think that this will change up, because obviously yesterday 3 wrangle games. For the experienced teams, I don't think they really care what map they're playing on. They know these maps well. But maybe for some of the newer qualified teams, possibly a little bit more nervous on Miramar, or maybe a bit more comfortable. What do you think, Avenger?
I will say this here. So for Miramar, I definitely think in general we're gonna see the teams that have a little bit more experience, have played a bit more in these tournaments here. They are gonna be doing better. They have a little bit better expectations to what is happening, and maybe have played a bit more games. And also what we see on Miramar is these the land ratios kind of having a big effect, and I think what we see from some of the Nevada teams and also prior tournaments, both PSL and G-Dude Season 5 Grand Finals, we've seen some of the teams make some really smart decisions. They are really kind of trying to be ahead of the curve right now, and try to make up some new stuff instead of playing, you know, in the Liquid compound, the FAZE compound, all these places where the teams that have qualified here maybe expect them to be, but there's just nobody, because there are some kind of changes and some swap ups with it. And also I gotta say, some of the circuits we had yesterday was absolutely amazing. I hope that continues. Miramar circus was fantastic. I would love to see some of those southwestern and northwestern circles as well, maybe potentially one all the way up by Oasis. We've had some fantastic endings there too.
I'm curious, Kalaris, when you take a look at some of those newer teams, so Rage, Thunder, HOWL, not teams we would expect to see in the top 8, possibly not teams that expected to see themselves in the top 8 as well. How do they keep their cool now moving into day number 2? Can they keep their cool?
I think teams like Thunder and maybe some of those other teams that are qualified on through as well, just be patient a little bit. Like we saw Thunder in the last game yesterday, having some decent patience, being able to move into the circle and actually able to close it down. So let's get that patience on the road here against the big teams.
All right, game number 1 of day 2 is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to PCS6 Europe. We've got 5 more games today for you. My name is Jorisar, with me is Toby, and we're going to be talking basically for the next half an hour about how Avengers Fantasy Team is about to be relegated to the Europa League. How's it going, Toby?
It's going fine. I'm excited to see me and Sam, sitting up in the top. I was thinking that Sam and I were kind of on the same team in all of this, but then she wants to disqualify me. I'm not a big fan of it, not gonna lie. But you know what? Again, I mean, we've had it in previous tournaments where she does the roasting on me, and I just, turn the other cheek. I'm fine with it. I'm fine. She knows that I always get the last laugh, so it's all right. It's all right. We'll just have to wait and see it through.
I thought the IT crowd were back together. I honestly thought that the 3 of us were had an indestructible bond, but quite clearly not. We'll have to discuss that another time. I think the entire thing can be boiled down to one sentence. Martin made up extra rules after the deadline of submitting teams. Done. Not listening to it. We're going to be 1 and 2 by the end of next weekend. Easy
I would
peasy,
think
mate.
so too. Now we have to. Now we have to be.
I think so.
That's just the way it is. Circle up towards the north we go. Fortunate, I would say, in comparison to a lot of the games yesterday, where even though we had these pretty straightforward, kind of across the entire map planes, there were still a lot of the teams in one side, where this time around, it looks like a very even spread, kind of west to east. So glad to see this, very glad to see this, because it does mean, or should mean anyway, that there's going to be a much easier transition point for the majority of teams coming into the first circle.
This was QB using the Iron Sights M16 to shoot Heroic, who were long shooting towards the northwest of the map. Did manage to get a hit on Kurexi, by the way, but Heroic will be able to survive unscathed. And you're absolutely right here, Toby. When you take a look at the teams that are outside of the circle and what sort of angles they need to come in from, it's quite well proportioned. We've got some teams that will come in through the west, some from the south, some from the east. There's no pressing need to not go in one side of the circle in favor of another. So generally speaking, even though it's quite a northern shift here in match number 6, it's relatively even from a team's point of view, and therefore I don't really expect any early shenanigans.
Also, they went over it a bit on the disc, and how, with this many games to be played in the finals, that you don't have to stress too much about not really going out and getting all the big games on day 1. I'm excited to see a finals with this many games, because it's been a good while since we've had that. Usually we've been down to the somewhere between 10-12 to your 16-18 matches, where now that we add that many more, it's in my opinion at least, I think it makes for a very different outcome on the leaderboard, because as we went over it yesterday, you and I as well during the cast, but there's a very big difference in the teams that can every once in a while go out and get that 10+ kill win, but then not really do anything with the rest of the games. Whereas there are also teams that might not be as flashy, but they get things done every game. They never go below 4 or 5 points, but they also don't get the massive ones. And I think those teams are the ones that might not have shined all that much in the past couple of tournaments due to the fact that there hasn't been that many games to play. But now that we have this many more matches, that could be their time to shine.
I think I completely agree with you. The latter team that you were describing, definitely the one that I would prefer. Oh, hang on just a second. Quetpa trying to dissuade SKADE from coming in, and I'm not sure he's going to succeed there. They're going to be moving in towards the warehouse. Quetpa needs to find a way to get out of it. Has he got a bike or something behind these sheds? He doesn't. He's going to be forced to fight.
Yep. 2 guys on their own here. Third coming in. You can see in the minimap in the bottom right corner. Smash full speed forward, coming to the assist of his teammates. Is he going to go all the way in, though, to the compound? Or is he opting to stay up on the hillside to get kind of the overview position? Seems to me like he's full-on committed to get down inside the compound. Headshot, though, comes through from EB. That is not the way you want to be hit coming into the compound. Damage, though, done in return to Stindalos. Not able to find the knock. Losing his helmet as well. Kutpa, though, does manage to find Gemsy, so 1 person down from SKADE early on.
Oh, and unbelievable stuff here. Jempi going down, but they managed to just about finish off Ketpa. 2 more players coming up. We've got Thendalos. He needs to find something here. Really needs to get a couple of headshots ASAP. I think he's just going to back off by the looks of things and leave Ketpa and play as a 3-man. I don't really think they can hope for much more at the moment. No! Pixelic pumping him off as he goes away in the buggy as well. This is disastrous for BBL.
Yep, tried to get up the hill on the way, but simply not enough speed in the vehicle there for him to avoid the bullets. Smash now is going to be trying to do the exact same thing. Marco, you need to do all kinds of work in order to keep your friends safe. Smash is getting up the hillside and seems like he's out of harm's way.
So SKADE then moving in here, guaranteeing themselves 2 points to begin with. Very unfortunate for Fender Lost and Ketpa, but the rest of them will be able to make it away. They're going to have to play with 2 here in game number 6. And this leads very nicely to the previous point you were talking about, Toby. You have teams that are boom or bust and other teams that always get 4 or 5 points.
Oh,
really?
No, the spin out. If there's a car, you go,
you don't want to do that.
Living lucky there. If there was
Poking
a car
the bear.
all of those that you do not want to hit, that's the one with 2 people in it. Fortunately, Rage focused elsewhere because now they're taking the fight to Thunder.
What's happening here? I thought we were going to get a very quiet phase 1, and all of a sudden everyone's moving into everybody else. This is Team Rage and Team Thunder, not giving us a chance to talk about anything else here, Toby, because everyone seems to want exactly the same compounds.
Everything was so calm yesterday as we started off in a
Right?
wrangle. I don't think we had a kill, as you were saying before, like 15 minutes in. Now, as we start on Miramar, it seems like they want to kind of go off where we left off yesterday, because things did get extremely hectic early on, and it was in these kind of rotation periods where teams just ran into one another. And I think it's got to do with there being a lot of teams in this lobby that some of the top teams maybe aren't that used to playing against. Teams that don't have that much playing time together, whose rotations you can't like exactly know what's going to be like. And because they're underware, because they haven't really had a chance to prep for it or go up against it before, then that's what happens. But obviously, again, as the tournament is, as long as it is, those are all things that I would expect to see, if not by tomorrow, then with a week's worth of prep and everything for the week to come, it should be gone by next week, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, I think by the end of today or tomorrow, the teams I would be worried for are the ones that are boom or bust. So if you manage to get a chicken dinner and then you get 0 or 1 point in your next 4 games and you take that sort of mentality through to next week, the consistency isn't there, and I would be really worried even if you did get mega points in the game you won. You know what I mean? Whereas teams that are having a bad game but still find a way to squeeze 5 points out of it, I feel a little bit more confident about that sort of playstyle.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I gotta say kudos to Paige for taking a headshot from Luka Rooks and then going, you know what? I think I'll peek anyway. I'm a solo player in this compound. What could possibly go wrong? But I think with him doing so, because Luka Rooks obviously, I would assume at least well aware that he just hit a headshot. So the fact that a person peeks instantly again to then start shooting, that's probably him going, okay, now there's 2 people down there. Let's not even consider crashing. So a dangerous play from Paige, but a good bluff, I would say, as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of poker being played, I have to say, between these teams early on, really trying to be quite aggressive with each other. 62 alive, although given the number of shots that have loosed in the first few minutes, I'm actually surprised we're still above 60. These teams being very, very aggro. We're watching NAVI now, who, by the way, are relatively chill, you'll be pleased to know. Yeah. They're on the southeastern edge of Circle. They're not trying to rush for a prio compound center or anything like that. They're taking things nice and easy, rotating in, saving their utility, saving their helmets and vests as a result.
Please tell me they saw that MK as well. There's one gun you hate to see being left in a crate for the remainder of the game. That's an MK in the middle of the street.
Oh, did they not take it?
I think, yep, Mailman is on it now. Mailman is on it now. Okay. I was just worried because he was driving the other direction. I was like, no, you've got to be kidding. No. But there you go. Mailman's got it. If there's a player who's dangerous enough as it is with the, you know, like regular spawn weapons, you don't want to add to the threat of this guy. I mean, Mailman, he's terrifying to go up against and put an MK and level 3 in his hands. Whew, that's a fight I wouldn't want to have to take.
If you're playing around the edge and you haven't got too many, that's listen, when one car loves another car very, very much.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. When one car hates another car very, very much. There we go. All right, Sakura Zensen able to keep rotating. One advantage of staying on the edge, right, for one of those edge teams is that you don't get that much competition for the crates if they land there. And imagine NAVI with 2 MKs. It's going to be disgusting going into the end game. And the fact is, if you're sat in the middle of the zone, even if you're within eye shot of a crate, you don't want to go get it because 6 other teams are watching you.
Yep, that's the case. Everyone making their way towards the center or the northern part of this circle. And that's kind of interesting. If you take a look at the map, which you probably will now that the new circle pops, look at the amount of space you have on the southern side right now, or the southeast anyway. Everyone, because we saw how evenly split everyone was, every team started wrapping around the circle from the south and east and west side instead of just going straight in from the south. That means that the entire southern portion of this is going to be very open, and if no teams now start wrapping back south underneath this, I mean, like underneath water treatment and coming in from there,
Navi must.
North is gonna be a hellhole. Like, there's gonna be so many teams on top of one another up in the north now that if the next circle from this one goes anywhere south at all, that's really when the chaos is gonna commence.
One other thing to call out as well, Futbolist are sending it straight into circle from north. They're not doing any fancy long rotate this game. It looks like we're having a little bit of a change of flavor from them. They're going straight in north central. Here comes BBL Esports. Remember, there are only 2 left alive after those early shenanigans. Road to glory in this compound that they might be considering crashing. They might have no choice but to crash now, but they've got FAZE up above as well. It's a 2v1. There's no way that's going to be a winning game. Code Marco goes down. Smash, the only one alive.
No way at all. Road to glory finding 2, but they gotta watch out as well, because you can see here FAZE up over the top on one side and Entropiq on the other. FAZE must have seen at this point, I mean, spotting that there's only 2 people coming out to take the confrontation there, that it's a split. And if Road to Glory gets a player knocked, I mean, if there's a team that is never shying away from an opportunity to spread out further, I mean, FAZE would mind a piece of that compound, that's for sure. With the control they have in the compound they're already in. So while you want to get the kills in BBL, for Road to Glory, you also got to watch out that FAZE don't up to pull up on you.
A lot of things to think about there. Sakura, Zensen, and Vehicles really aren't having a great time in this first Miramar game of the day, but they're still continuing their rotate. They are far out in the east, by the way, so it's not like anyone's going to be punishing them or anything like that. They're even further out than NAVI, so they have a little bit of time on their hands. Now watching HOWL again on the east side, but they're a little bit closer to circle, and they're able to sort of camp out on these ridges. This is useful because they've got the high ground, and it means they can keep those vehicle tires safe.
You know, Sakura Sandstorm, we always talk about how passive they are early game, how they're never in a hurry to rotate. They're actually really aggressive. They just always crash their cars, so it looks like they're really slow on their rotations. No, I mean, I like the way that Sakura Sandstorm are going about their approach to this. Again, as I said yesterday, very similar to the NLC style of PUBG. Play passive early, don't force fights, don't... I mean, if you can get away from fights in the early game, if it's not a compound or position you're, if not guaranteed, then very sure is going to be in for the next many circles. But speaking of Sakura Sandstorm, here they come. Alia here, ready and waiting. Hell's the MK, not the level 3 get, but the gun. And seems like Navi actually opting to disengage from this.
They're leaving, yeah.
Yep.
I think very interesting indeed. So Navi probably said, if we stay here and fight this, we might be screwed for phase 3 because it's not as central. And because they have a split where the other compound is a little further into circle, they're opting to go there instead rather than risk a prolonged fight because they didn't know how many people were coming up. And Sakura Zensen, let's be honest, they caught them out a little bit because they got quite close before Navi were able to respond, right? Normally, by the time a team gets that close to Navi, they've knocked 2 of them.
I'm gonna say this, and because I just love to see it. Navi only because Alia parked his buggy the way and the place that he did, knowing that if things go wrong, we have to be able to go north to our teammates. Only because of that did they get out of there alive. Because the Zensen were fast; they were there really quickly, But even despite that, they still got away because of a smart parked vehicle. Easier to do, many teams forget it. And now, well, speaking of vehicles, pretty much everyone except for Northern Knights gonna need them because this one just hard shifted southwest.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Cue the Benny Hill music, everybody, because everyone outside of Circle is going to be rushing in fast as well. Sakura Zensen already halfway up the hill to the northwest of San Martin. That compound's actually going to be a great one to hold, so they're going to be pleased with that. Entropiq are running the gauntlet a little bit. They're several hundred meters away from every team, but there's also a team in pretty much every direction. So there's mixed fortunes there. Lucarux nursing a burning buggy with 3 tires, not ideal.
I don't necessarily mind Entropiq, I mean, going as aggressive and trying to get away from here as they are, because what they do right now is essentially guaranteeing placement points. Look at the amount of teams that are up towards the move. If you sit in that melting pot when it pops off, there's no way you're getting out of there alive, and even if you do, you might just have one player up that can make that run for you, right? Second team now to make the run is going to be FaZe Clan. They're in trouble, though. Everyone in one car here, falling apart by the second. Vex down, Diggory down, HC trying to stay put, but he's down to just 1 HP, and he's going to fall to Hipparco as well. Thunder finding all the kills, and it's just Go Stuff left alive.
Thunder saying thank you very much. The only player relatively safe from FaZe Clan is Gustav. Here we've got Futbolist pushing in on Heroic, and actually because they pushed into this compound very, very quickly and they forced Heroic back a bit, they should be able to get the revive onto Nail Cop if they want to as well. Heroic down to 3. Futbolists have got a good foothold here.
Heroic need to stand strong, though. They still have Page on the other side. He's getting into a vehicle now. Wants to come down and help out. Curious, though, to see if he's going to try and backstab on this or if he's going to try and wrap all the way around. You can see him in the distance there, full speed with the vehicle down the hill. He goes for Correxy, taken down by Odin. Nice peek around the side. Odin, such a high impact player for this team. When they succeed, it's oftentimes got to do with Odin finding the impact kills first, and now he gets a second as well. Page, single player left alive for Heroic.
And Page here struggling because of the third body from ENCE as well. Rustenmar will finish him off. And as a result, Futbolist will be able to continue at the expense of Heroic early on. It's a good start to today for Futbolist.
Liquid trying to wrap underneath this as well, but losing Mexi. Vard is knocked as well. The rest on Mexi should happen, but Vard here very, very much left alone. Clip still in the compound, wanting to get away now as the entirety of NAVI has made their presence known.
Quizzy coming in to finish off Vard. We've got the rest of Liquid looking like... Oh, Mixie needs to heal, but Jeems has joined Clib in this compound in the big brick. And Navi, they're not giving them any time to establish themselves at all. Example is right next door to Jeems. Manages to get the first couple of hits, but Jeems manages to get the exchange. We need the rest of Liquid here, really, though, because Navi are here in numbers.
Yep, example falling down. Quizzy is here. Mexi's trying to come down and help now. So Blue on the edge. Alia, though, finding him mid-transition. Mexi not able to get to the wall to safety before he was taken out. Team's down to half HP as well. I like the way that they're wrapping around on this, but Clip finds Quizzy, gets the double down as well. Navi now down to 2 as well.
That was a high-risk, high-reward revive there. I think they were 1 second away from being able to have 2 up. Team Liquid did well to come down to finish them off, and now we've got Northern Lights and Entropiq. Not too far away from this either, to be fair. Northern Lights have got an excellent central bit of the circle, but they are also down in a valley. They have no high ground on anyone else.
Finds Alia, one knock coming through for them. All the space they might need, yes, because now Navi falls down. Issue is they still have SKADE in front of them, but somehow it looked ugly to begin with both Bard and Mexi falling down, but Liquid lived to fight another day.
Thunder repositioning and HOWL looking to come in on the southern side of the circle. Sakura Zensen on the edge, maybe not expecting someone to come up here like this. So they could be caught a little off guard with HOWL wanting a piece of the pie. We've got Team Liquid, or what remains of Team Liquid, coming down the east. They're going to move into circle a little later than SKADE. And now we have Futbolist. They are high off of that win against Heroic. They're moving into Team Rage.
Talked about the chaos on the north, and it commences one more. Gluten, he finds the first nail cup, falls down immediately after. But look at this road to glory coming into third party. Right in behind him, Nate locked way up in the air. We'll see if that's going to find anything. Nope, make that a Molotov. Difficult to see with the trajectory colors. Laza in the meantime, peeking around the side. His teammate falls down, and once again, it's Odin finding the damage. Flash now comes through. That's going to be good. Forcing Laza outside the building. Peek comes through, but Laza is there to hold them off.
Unfortunate for Futbolist. They were right to be confident. They had a fantastic engagement against Heroic, but the third party from Road to Glory was absolutely crisp. Chef's kiss level of good as far as timing is concerned. Now let's see if they can take on Team Rage.
Issue here as well is that, I mean, Road to Glory is still outside the circle. This fight, obviously, they have to take it, but then they have to move afterwards, and the circle's already, or the blue is already closing in, so they do not have that much time here, Nate. Close, but not close enough.
Schofield's getting revived. They need to push in. That molly might be good. No, it's not far enough. And actually, Team Rage, they're back up here. They're going to start mounting a defense if they're not soon. There we go. Dead going down first. And Team Rage here are making a defense of this. They look like they were struggling 30 seconds ago.
You can't peek this one by one the way they are right now. They need to be more organized in the way that they're pushing into it. Let's see. Over the top, Laza peeks one. Not going to find anything. Actually, it's going to be Hibako from way on the other side. Finding the knock. Thunder want a piece of this. They're pushing full speed forward. They want to try and see if they can third party this. They want to eliminate both teams at once, not having to worry about anyone as the new circle pubs.
And that is ridiculous. We now have Road to Glory and Team Rage both out. So it really does go to show whoever fights last seems to be winning these at the moment. HOWL continuing to move into Sakura Zensen. Neither of them are in phase 5, by the way, and Team Liquid might be coming into mop up as well. So very much a third party after third party after third party here in our first game of day 2.
Loving the way Thunder just took matters into their own hands on that one. They knew that
So
we
good.
do not have the time to sit around here and fight whoever wins that one. If we can take out both of them with one swoop, then that's what's going to happen, and that's exactly what did happen. HOWL, in the meantime, we haven't seen a lot of them in the early parts of this game, but they made a very smart rotation in Phase 3. When the circle went west, they were pretty much the only team to say, you know what, we're not going to go through the cluster that is the east and the north side of this. We're going to rep into the blue all the way south around and get into the circle that way, and that's why, like, literally the reason why they've been able to maintain 4 people on their feet and pretty much not take any damage whatsoever, because they did the right decision in wrapping south when no one else did.
That's the problem with those kind of fights, isn't it? Because we start off with, oh, I love the way Futbolist responded to this, followed by, I love the way Road to Glory responded to this, followed by, I love the way Thunder responded to this. Yeah. But it's true. That's how competitive PUBG works, guys. If you hear everyone else is fighting and you don't have to fight them at full strength, you absolutely want to go in and take advantage of the situation. Don't make any apologies for it.
Nope, not at all. Here comes Thunder, full speed forward. Gustav obviously would have wanted to do some more damage to them as they made their way on in. He's going to have to make a play for himself. Double in the blue as well. Not sure what impact he's going to be able to have on this in the meantime. Somehow these are still in the vehicle double. Going down to blue, not a whole lot more he can do. Unfortunately, the tires were popped in the vehicle, and down he falls. Evie finds the kill, but now the rest of the Thunder players need to be up and ready because they got wrecked just on the other side of this hill.
And Slippy Zerg managing to get Hyruzen on the top there. That's REGNUM CARYA now moving up close. Apocalypse cooking this nade potentially very well for Hibako. I think it went a little bit far, a little closer, and he would have actually gotten the knock. Sees Mika as well, and knows he has to actually get his gun out because they are liable to come out from the smoke any second. This is really, really intense for Apocalypse.
Yep, SKADE backfilling on this one as well. They've been playing it slow on the east side, wanting to be the last team to move in, and now the blue obviously pushing them. They know they have to make their play, but look at the amount of space they've made for themselves in the northeast because of it. They allow for everyone to wrap it in front of them. They are forced to take the fights up close, and then SKADE can push and punish from behind.
And while all of this is going on and Thunder are eliminated now because SKADE managed to get that backfill, we still have Sakura, Zensen fighting Team Liquid. And the teams we're not really talking about. ENCE, super quiet. They've got a nice central position. They don't need to care. Northern Lights, chilling. They're on the northern side looking for maybe a third party, but they don't need to push into anything. So keep an eye out for those two teams because they're going to be the ones with utility left at the end of the game.
HOWL peeks over, finds James. Now he is there to respond. James does fall in the end of it, and so does Clips or Liquid out in 7th place. But again, I can't. Hell, I need to continue to just. I'm so impressed. That's what I'm trying to say here. So impressed with how HOWL have rotated into this. They don't have any kills yet, and they might end up getting pulled up from behind. But the way that they've approached this and now been able to wrap around both Liquid and Sakura Zensen in that one as well, very impressive. But they have to be ready for a potential push from behind now.
He could be forthcoming. As long as one of their member continues watching that angle and the moment something happens, they know to disengage, that's going to be fine. But if you shoot someone in front of you and you go, I've got a knock, come push, and then everyone looks in the same direction for even 10 seconds, that's when the backstabbers get you. So you have to make sure you're disciplined with your scouting.
Loving the proactive play from ENCE we see here as well. They could technically just stay down in the compound, not really care too much, but they push up with 3. They know they need to have some sort of a landing zone if they do have to push out from the compound. So leaving a squeaky down inside the compound itself and then pushing 3 up on the hill. Very smart proactive play. Not playing for the circle you're in, but playing for a potential circle to come.
Yep. I mean, look, it's phase 6. There are 20 people left alive, and ENCE have control of 70% of the circle. Like, I don't really know how else I can put that. That's amazing stuff. And everyone else has to push into them. So ENCE are forcing all of the other teams into each other even faster than they otherwise would have done. And that's causing chaos everywhere except on top of them.
Sakura Zensen falls down. HOWL still alive, wanting to get the rest, of course, untossed up before ENCE potentially pushes on over. But as you're saying, I mean, ENCE, by being as active and proactive in this as they are, by taking so much space, they're also forcing the opposing teams that much closer to one another. So really, they can just sit around now and wait for being the final 2, potentially 3 teams alive from this. Because, I mean, HOWL will have to fight either REGNUM or SKADE, and Northern Lights, depending on where phase 7 goes, will have to make a move as well.
Yeah, they're relatively chilling out. Slippy Zerg at the moment is just relaxing in the fire. I'm not sure that's going to work very well for him. Gemty will get the Molotov knock. We'll see if he gets the point as well. HOWL now looking over at Pixel. Basically, everyone who crests the edge of a valley risks getting third-partied from absolutely everyone. Pixel and Ibby going down basically in successive seconds there, because as soon as they poke their head up, someone else spots them.
ENCE, I think, need to commit to one side at this point. I mean, again, they could just sit tight, but with Northern Lights continuing to kind of deal with the teams on the other side, you don't want to allow for one side to be open, because all of a sudden that's where the backstep comes in. You want to commit to one, and it seems to me like ENCE is committed to the southeast.
And that's fair enough. This is going to allow Northern Lights a bit of freedom to move into SKADE as well. REGNUM, CARYA out. We've got a final 4 here. SKADE struggling a little bit as Northern Lights flex their legs just a tad. They come out of the compound that's going to be in blue in just a sec. They've got the northern sort of third quarter of the circle, if you like. ENCE at the southern half. HOWL and SKADE, or I should say Jempty at this point, they're the ones on the edge.
ENCE falling back, wanting to see where the next circle goes. Does keep Squeaky in just exactly down on that southern side, but a lot of open. And curious to see how ENCE is going to play this. Are they pushing over into NLT to take the fight there potentially? Or are they just going to try and sit tight? The thing is, I think if they stay here at this point, because the circle just went south, if they try to stay, they will get pushed from multiple sides. And then they're relying heavily on Squeaky to be the overview from down in the compound below. Nogi does have a good angle here to look over towards HOWL. But if 4 HOWL players come pushing forward with flashes in hand too, and that's timed by an NLT push as well, that's going to be very hard to hold off, friends.
Lou is very exposed on the northern side. He will be able to see ENCE one player at a time, but as soon as an ENCE player sees Lou, they'll be able to radio it back, and I think multiple people will get an angle, so he has to be super wary of where he's scouting relative to the rest of the team. In the meantime, Perfectix and Spyro are watching up above at HOWL. Jempty's sort of in the middle in this nice little trough, and he doesn't want to move. He's hoping that HOWL moves first so that he can find a way to snake into third or second.
Exactly. I mean, just take land, take as much as you can, force the other teams closer to one another, and eventually they will have to fight. Issue is with the terrain that we're seeing here, no one's really forced to make those peaks right now. I think, honestly, I mean, the kind of the trigger point to this, what could really escalate the situation would be Jempty. If HOWL peeks over, finds Jempty, maybe Lou peeks, finds the knock and return, and that's when all hell could break loose, and the kind of the end of the game here could be over before we know it. So I think Jempty's move is going to be what's going to trigger. The thing is, could also be wrong. Matt falls down, over peeking, trying to find Jempty. They knew there was a SKADE player still left alive, but as you can see here, there's still space. They are already in. There is still space for HOWL to get the rest on up.
They peek up and look for Jempty, and Spyro find them instead.
They push this? Oh, that's dangerous.
I'd be very careful pushing there if I were them. I mean, I'm not sure how much Northern Lights know about Jempty. You know, HOWL definitely know about Jempty there because they were engaged in battle. Do Northern Lights know that a SKADE player is there?
And Nuki is, I mean, not Nuki, sorry, Squeaky, as you can see here, is playing full focus on the southeast. He is not looking towards NLT at all. So if Spiro and Lou find Nuki, that's going to open up the entire western flank for them. Jempty now spotted once more. Perfectix doing damage, but as you can see, as soon as he shoots towards Jempty, he's getting shot at in return from the other side. Nuki does find Spiro, so forcing NLT back once more.
And that initial knock was fantastic, followed up by a second one as well onto Lou and Spyro. Perfectix now struggling to contain Northern Lights' chances in this game. ENCE had pushed back up, and there were 2 people who pushed back up there before he even realized. SKADE goes down. That's the Mad from HOWL managing it, and just in time for Northern Lights to go down in third. It's ENCE versus HOWL for the chicken dinner.
ENCE has full control. They make the wrap on over, but they don't even overexpend their forces to take down NLT. Now they can fall back, they can hold off against HOWL here. HOWL, again, impressive how they've come into this endgame. Look at the amount of kills that ENCE has now, 9. HOWL should be somewhere close to them at this point. Yep, make that 4, never mind. But the way that they've approached this, ENCE has been sitting tight for the majority of this game in the compound. HOWL has been on the move with pretty much every single circle shift, and they've done it, like they've made the right call since phase 1 essentially, and how they've gone about it.
And that's going to matter in terms of utility, right? HOWL have been moving non-stop. They're going to have to deal with vests being broken, helmets being at half health. They're not going to have as many nades. They can still win this game, but they have to play so smart against this ENCE team.
Sure do remember. I mean, HOWL had a win yesterday as well. Been playing incredibly well so far. Let's see if they can grab one here, but it does look to be in the favor of ENCE this one. No way around it. Tixu peeking on over spots.
Nice.
The Matt, no way he's going to be able to get back on his feet now. Second shot comes from Ruin, taken down by Squeaky as well. Just 2 players left alive. They still got utility to use, but they ain't too fussed to use it. Frost and Ma peeks on over, 3rd down, 4th down. Squeaky holds the angle, and ENCE get themselves a win.
Very nicely executed there. You could tell that HOWL, there was a little bit of panic setting in once they got the first knock. Ruin decided to try and push in just that little bit further so that he could maybe get a return frag. That cost him his life, and suddenly it was a 4v2 and ENCE snowballed it from there. Very patient, very well executed final fight.
Incredibly well executed, honestly. I mean, the way, again, many teams would have opted to stay down in that low point compound where they would then have been kept out from the circle once we shifted uphill. ENCE knew exactly when to make that move. They did it right. They came up. They never overextended while they had the chance to. They always said, nope, we didn't like what we saw. We fall back. We take the next fight. That's what they did. That's how they got themselves the win.
So the circle was in favor of ENCE. Was it easy for them? Well, they didn't sit back. They still got 13 kills. Let's find out what the desk thought.
I gave them a bit of a hard time yesterday because I said that they didn't show up. So they made sure that they showed up right away on day number 2. ENCE taking that chicken dinner. Kalaris, do you think it was their early rotations that got them the victory there?
Well, I mean, wide was the name of the game for ENCE. Coming in from south of Cruz de Valle, going all the way north up towards Oasis, waiting and going, swinging all the way around west. Can't even say that. It's too many W's. But there you go. ENCE here being able to clutch prime real estate whilst making that happen. And then I love the push out Avenger up onto kind of the hillside to make sure they can start holding some of these teams at bay instead of just chilling in the compound.
Yeah, there are so many decisions throughout here for ENCE that actually set them up for this one. Obviously, being on the east side or the west side of Cruz, looking towards that, they were on the east. They were kind of one of the last teams coming in from there. Yeah. And they could see all the compounds up on the high grounds being occupied. And they were like, okay, well, that means that there has to be a lot of teams on the east side. If we go all the way north or go on the west side, there's going to be less teams, which was completely correct, and they anticipated that. And they swung on it, and they played that extremely well. And obviously, the decision to have Squeaky into the compound and scouted that compound fast and saw that it was open, getting it, making sure that Squeaky played Anger so nobody kind of backstabbed them or letting NLT get in behind them, because they closed down NLT completely in that end game, and that was perfect. And then obviously setting it up against HOWL, making sure that they were the team that pushed all the teams together, kind of putting them into a compact area, basically making sure that they could not flank. That set them up for this. And there's 13 kills and a win, 23 points is literally one more point than they had yesterday, right? And that's what we were talking about in the opening disc.
Yeah,
all the teams, they can do this in one game and they'll be straight into the top 4.
No, indeed. I mean, the thing is as well, Sam, is that some people might look at that compound that ENCE eventually took and think to themselves, but when they got there was no one there, so they were quite fortunate, right? Well, I mean, actually, that compound, in theory, could actually house 2 teams.
Easily 3.
Yeah, exactly. Because the fact that the nature of the crossroads, the nature of the buildings, how they're planned out and things like that. So even if they would have arrived there, maybe had a little bit of conflict, but they could still survive in towards the later stages of the game and then maybe play out from there. So great shots coming in at the end.
Nice shot from Squeaky.
It is curious to me. If you take a look at ENCE's journey to the final fight there, it was very quiet, quite passive. They were avoiding those teams. But HOWL on the other side coming second, Avenger, they ended up having to really go to battle non-stop. Yet they were still able to do it. So just a polar opposite of the 2 teams, maybe?
Yeah, you could say so, for sure. I mean, look at this, though. 23 to SKADE and 12 to SKADE. Yeah, massive game. Yeah, HOWL third as well on 10 points. Sorry, I lost my thought. What were we talking about?
HOWL.
I do actually think that we were talking about HOWL, and I mean, what I do want to say is they have actually been really impressive because they had a good day yesterday as well.
They have.
I'm somewhat surprised. Wasn't really a team that I thought I would be seeing up there.
No, again, we are only 1 day deep and count 1 game on second day. Obviously, Nuki, good to see him on 5. Best eyebrows in the business. I gotta point that every time he's in the top. Looks good. I love the guy. But yeah, HOWL actually tried to scout the same compound that ENCE decided taking, but the way that they ended up was getting in under that hill and in some of those dips and that kind of plane crash high ground there. Sakura's up there. There's multiple teams, and them being able to get in here and actually get second with all 4 guys alive was extremely impressive to me. They got some kills for it. They made sure they pushed all the teams on the high ground away from their side, kind of saying, all right, guys, this angle is kind of close. So they forced all the other teams to fight each other. They didn't get as many kills out of it as I was hoping for, but HOWL really set them up nicely for a good late game there.
Avenger, they're actually called the eyebrows of domination here from Noki. Yeah,
the MVP eyebrows.
That's right. Yeah. So look what he's able to put up as well. But I kind of got to echo some of your sentiments about HOWL here. I think that they did a really good job of actually kind of moving through that kind of high ground area, being patient about where they were going to move. They were up against the edge of the circle for quite a while during that, but they're taking fights against extremely experienced teams on this stage. And kind of, as you say, Sam, following through from some of that momentum that they ended yesterday with. So very, very impressive to see HOWL do this.
I know that the chat's going to be happy because they got a lot of fans. NLT showing up today as well in the first game, Kalaris.
Yeah, and they had a pretty decent spot for all intents and purposes. I mean, they did lose Petulians early, right, Martin? Which, you know, given that they go for the split and try and work things out from there. But where they were patient. They kind of moved up to that high ground to take a few fights here and there. But it was going to be difficult for them to start encroaching on some of that territory that the other teams had taken.
Yeah, ENCE had already taken the position that NLT was supposed to be pushing in on, also having Squeaky play from a safe position in and kind of playing anchor, pushing them away, making sure that they went the other way. It forced them into a situation where they were not going to be able to, unless they wanted to take an open fight with somebody that had like a DMR far away, plus the guys that were going to be 3 up in their face. It was going to be hard no matter what, taking a 3 versus 4 versus ENCE if they decided to do that.
I know that you're in the chat and you desperately want it, so we're going to drop a sneaky little coupon for you right now because I know you ask for it all the time. Redeem this coupon, of course, and predict your winning teams. You can earn some EP, and then you can spend that on some pretty rad PCS6 skins. As easy as that. Gents, taking a look at all that action in day number 1, or game number 1 of day number 2, expecting similar aggression. We saw a lot of I call them the big boys, but those big invited teams starting to show up a little bit today, Avenger.
Yeah, we used to call them the Big 5 with a little bit of emphasis, but now it's the Big 8, and it's actually not 8 anymore because we only have these kind of 6, maybe 7 teams sometimes that are doing really well that we consistently see in the top 8 of these tournaments here, and I think that's going to continue. We might even go down to only 5 again of the invited teams that are going to be consistently in the top 8, but we have seen, you know, some good, I will say this particular circle, I will say that it is extremely hard to predict, and they can swing kind of 2 or 3 ways. So that's why we see a little bit of more passive playstyle once we see that second circle, and then that's where the teams decide based on what they determine that their biggest chances is to get into the late game. And that's unfortunately also why we lost an LT. They had a 2-1-1 split, extremely greedy, but they wanted to make sure they had a foot inside both those shifts.
We will take a look at how the results of this game impact the overall standings right after this short break. Hopefully your drinks are refilled, you've got your snacks so that we can move into the second game. But before we do that, of course, the most important thing is to see how the results from game number 1 impact the overall standings. All of those teams competing for their share of the prize pool, also those PGC points. And taking a look at this, not too much of a change there, Kalaris.
Not too much, not too much. Obviously for Entropiq, this was kind of a bit of a dud game. Not really much to be able to speak about from there. SKADE, though, damn, being able to move up to second place off the back of this, the points that they were able to accrue. And Jempty was absolutely instrumental
for sure
in making that happen towards the end. And, you know, do we ever doubt Jempty really?
No. There's two. Funny thought and funny little story here. Yesterday, I talked to James and some of the other guys, and he said there's just some players that you always know where is. And with Jempty, if he's the last player alive, he's gonna get to the center and he's gonna somehow salvage a game and get top 4. Or if you're playing, you know, versus 3 or 4 members of SKADE, Jempty's gonna be the guy flanking. He's gonna be on the edge. You're always gonna expect him like coming up behind you or coming off on a flank on you, and that is always where Jempty is. And that is something that's been super special for Jempty since the years to come here, is that once they go into this kind of salvage mode, Jempty's just able to get those, you know, top 4, top 5, top 3 places and squeeze those extra points out, which is extremely crucial when we're playing 30 points or 30 games per tournament here, because if you're able to squeeze out on an average, you know, 1, 2, 3 extra points for your team when you're alone or as 2 players, that is just going to be a massive amount of points.
You know the funny thing about that as well? SKADE was the team that held Team Liquid out in this game. So it's perfect.
I know.
It's picture perfect.
I'm pretty sure they remembered that as well. Maybe they had a little bit of a giggle with each other in the server. Heroic, though, dropping to 13th. Avenger, should they be concerned? It is, or I always say this, and then I think, you know what, it's the start of day 2. There's always week 2. But
they just came home. They just came home from boot camp. They've only been home for a couple of days, and all these excuses are not something that I'm fond of. But you have to remember, this is the number 2 PGC 2021 team, right? They were the only one that were even close to competing with New Happy at the very top in the grand final. Sure. They are a fantastic roster, and I'm pretty sure they'll come back into it. They have to. I'm not sure if it's going to happen this day, or if it's going to happen next weekend, but I'm sure they're going to be stepping up here. I see a lot of teams on the right hand side of the board here that is extremely surprising. First of all, that they're there now, but I'll be even more surprised if they end up being there once we're done.
I mean, as much as you say, Avenger, that there's still a second week, Kalaris, the truth is you don't want to be chasing points in the second week. Sure. You want to set yourself up that you can have a little bit of a cushion if you like.
No, indeed, yeah. You want to be ready and rocking going into that second week, because everybody's going to be analyzing what happened in the first.
And we're now ready and rocking to go into game number 2. Toby, Jorusa, the mics are yours.
Thank you very much, Sam. We have game number 2 on the way now, and a relatively chilled out playing path, roughly 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock across the center of the map. Toby looking pretty chill once again, but in our experience, a neutral playing path doesn't mean a calm game.
Oh no, believe me. I mean, the more kind of player friendly the playing paths tend to be, that more brutal are the circles usually. Having said that, last game gave us kind of both a simple playing path and a simple circle, at least to start off with. Phase 3, that hard shift southwest was brutal, I'm not gonna lie, and despite that, a lot of teams actually came out all right, everything considered. But here, I mean, it's once again one of those where everyone can go where they want. We probably won't see any early fights over anything, maybe a shot or 2 fired. We're seeing 2.5 teams down in the area of Los Leones, but again, I mean, they've been down there plenty of times at this point already, so no confrontations as we like to see it.
Los Leones, very easy to house 2 or 3 teams, not really a problem at all. I get the feeling Futbolist might even consider going beyond. We'll have to wait and see. We've got Slippy Zerg so close to the rest of Futbolist as well. Were they going for a vehicle? Slippy Zerg just wants to get into the 5 stack. He manages to get that at least, and they split the road here. So everyone lands safely, but it's not comfortable.
You say safely. Slippy is very alone, and I'm assuming Lyron is gonna come down here to help. They know for a fact that there's a solo player in this compound, and well, as much as I want to focus on this, I also have to take a look on the right side of the screen right now, because look at this first circle. We talked about brutal circles off of simple playing paths. This is it. I mean, everyone's going to be trying to wrap up from the south. We might see a couple of teams wanting to do the far northern rotate around, but that's going to take teams a lot of time. And if there's a lot to be said about the circle, but let's keep our focus here first.
And don't forget, this is the 5 stack, so Slippy Zerg essentially has a... Especially if he goes up on the roof, which is a bit more dangerous because you can get someone firing from the rocks nearby. You essentially have a staircase to deal with, right? So it is actually possible to defend this. Futbolist, they're right to aggress. It's a 3v1, but you also have to bear in mind it's a dangerous situation as well because one guy with a shotgun, oh wait, that's the guy on the roof, can spoil your day.
Yep, Slippy hops up on the roof, not wanting to be taken down. You can see Medbay and Mer actually making their way down in this direction. They do not have vehicles, so it's going to take them a bit longer, but I'm liking this position from him. I'm liking the fact that he's up to set up here. Gluttony is far east of here, not really a factor in this right now, so all the opponents from Futbolist are inside the compound. Now Lyron peeks on out. Will he spot Slippy? Slippy ain't really peeking in that direction right now. Flash comes out. Out goes one. No knocks coming in first time around. Medbay is on the other side, though. Finds one. And that's the issue. Once you jump out that window and you get knocked, there's no getting back in. So Lyron falls. Futbolist. Odin down to low HP. And this setup, I mean, considering how they, like, neither team really wanted this to begin with, what Reg has done with it, I think is very impressive. Slippy playing the only spot he can where he has the upper hand. And the Medbay's position in that situation there, perfect as well.
I'm going to be a little bit critical. If Futbolists know that their target has gone up on the roof, they should have asked Gluttony to have a sight on the roof. Because imagine you have someone off in the distance with a DMR able to stop you from having free reign on the roof. That changes the whole dynamic of the situation, and it makes it super easy for Futbolists. So the fact that they didn't have that with Gluttony and still tried to push out anyway, that was dangerous, man.
I want to call it impatience, but at the same time, I understand where Futbolists are coming from because they know. I mean, okay, we were not fast enough. They're like the REGNUM is gonna be coming, so we want to deal with this before it's too late. But now, I mean, as we see, it's just not going their way. Had they waited those extra couple of seconds, and as you were saying, correctly stated, so allowing for Gluttony to get the angle on the roof, Slippy would have been taken down with ease, and that would have been a whole other game. But now, Gluttony having to try and see if he can assist. They didn't manage to get the rest onto Odin either, so currently it's a 2v4.
I don't know to what extent the analyst desk might disagree with me here, but I would say if Gluttony at the start of this fight was where he is now, easy win for Futbolists. They would have been able to get that one kill and then just hold the 5 stack and work it out from there. But now it's turning into a little bit of a nightmare. REGNUM, CARYA, they're flowing in. There's really not much Gluttony can do. I don't think he wants to push in here. He's completely isolated from Nail Cup. And
there's no
now that they're inside the building, what can Gluttony do?
Nothing. Essentially, there is. I mean, unless if it ups the push down and help. But also, I want to say, I mean, we just saw how hard it was for Futbolists to push these stairs. With all of them being in here now, there is a world. He's going to do the exact same thing as Slippy just did. I was just going to say, there is a world where the tides turn right after the tides have just turned. I mean, he is doing exactly what Slippy just did. The issue is Medibay is on the other side, and now they know he's on the roof.
Okay, so at least they have someone watching, which is going to be so important. We've also got a DBS, though. It's a DBS. Don't do this. Oh, guys, we were talking about this. Oh, my God.
3. He fights all of them, and Medibay is on the other side.
Oh, my God. Wow. Okay.
This is... There's so much irony in play here. The fact that Slippy, as a solo, did this, knew what to do. We said that with what they were given, they did exactly the right thing. And the fact that they then die to that exact same play, that is not something you see very often.
No, it's really rare to see a team correctly analyze what the other team did wrong, capitalize on it, and then go absolutely all in on making the same mistake yourself. That was wild. I'm not gonna lie. That was a very interesting start here to match 7.
The food would be flying all over the place with how fast those tables were turning, because that was, I mean, that was happening back to back to back essentially, and somehow, somehow, Futbolist is the team to come out on top of that. I saw that happening initially, then I didn't, then I did, then I didn't, and then they did. So impressive.
It was really cool the first time. We get to talk about it, analyze the play, explain what's wrong and why, and we got to see it play out. I just didn't realize someone hit the instant replay button.
No, that's. I mean, usually we say, okay, they gotta prep for tomorrow. You know, gotta see what the opponents did that worked, and then they gotta come back and do that. Futbolist did that like 4 seconds later, and and one thing is that Futbolist made the same play. Again, in my opinion, with that building in particular, when you're kind of outnumbered, that is the only play to make. So I'm not surprised by the fact that they do it. The fact that the fact that REGNUM aren't. I mean, because they were prepared for it. It's just there's a bad situation to be in. Now, well, speaking of bad situations to be in, you don't want to get caught off guard, and that's exactly what just happened to Team Liquid, trying to rotate way on forward. But Clip gets taken out of the car. Jeans does get to stay alive, but now Millman, as a matter of fact, NAVI player coming to help out Team Liquid a little bit here.
So similar to what we talked about yesterday, halfway through the day, guys, because we have this circle, there's probably about 1/3 of the circle that's unplayable area. We're getting what is essentially an accelerated circle, where the teams are jockeying to be in phase 2 or phase 3 rather than phase 1. And as a result, they're really, really packed together in the middle of the circle. We're going to get more people than usual dying as a result. But it's also probable that phase 2, once it shifts away from water, which might not be phase 2, but could be, ends up being very quiet as a result. So expect the start of the game to be a bit more spicy, and we will get a quiet period a little bit later on.
I must admit that I'm surprised to see how far up Liquid opted to go, but the issue is with that area of the map in particular, when you come in from the south, like up until the point where you are where Liquid ended up going down, like this was perfectly positioned by Entropiq, because the way that Liquid comes into this, because you're going uphill the way that they did there, they have no way of scouting it, no way at all of knowing what's waiting for them up on that hillside. So for Entropiq to be in that exact spot, it's the only real place on that east coast you could do a proper, like, unscoutable roadblock from, and they set it up perfectly. So kudos to Entropiq, but I'm again a little surprised that Liquid opted to go that deep in the circle, considering how late they were coming in.
Bear in mind as well, Entropiq will have to rotate a little further later on in the game, because they are one of the teams that are closest to the beach. So yes, they're going to get some kills. Yes, they have a good roadblock set up now, but they also have a little bit more work to do later as well. So it'll be interesting to see what their rotation pattern looks like.
Let's see. T-Bone opting to go north of the Death Valley here, not wanting any piece of Team Rage, who's currently in the compound down below. They have shot earlier, so I'm pretty convinced that Heroic is well aware that there's a team in the neighboring compound. In the meantime, T-Bone is trying to unlock the achievement of hitting every obstacle he can while making his way further north, and that's exactly what it does. Circle, well, sent this up, and I don't think more people could have been in this circle off of where you put it here. Yeah.
This is centering up. That looks like it's going to be relatively normal for most teams. I don't think there's any real panic here, so this is the part of the game where we might actually get a little bit of a break, Toby. I think this should be pretty chill. Only 1 or 2 teams left to come in.
I mean, now you said that. Now half the server is going to die in the next 4 minutes. That's that's how it works with Cassacres, and now everything's going to go crazy. But no, I would agree with you that on paper, when we look at this right now, because there are already so many teams inside the circle, I wouldn't expect to see a whole lot of commotion. But then again, I mean, we've been surprised before, where we thought everything was all calm and nice and dandy, and then all of a sudden, it turned out not to be. For example, here, FX, unfortunately, heading a fence that he couldn't quite get through, forced out of the vehicle, and now Liquid, I mean, Liquid already lost Diggory earlier, so, or Liquid, sorry, FaZe Clan already lost Diggory earlier, so forced to take this fight now. That being unless SKADE opts to get away from here.
They've got both options open to them at the moment. I don't think SKADE want to move just yet. Like, cities, again, always easy to get into, really difficult to get out of.
Yeah.
There is a chance it moves north. I feel like they hold. I think they hold tight.
The issue is SKADE is sitting in a wide two-way split, and it's so wide. I mean, while it might not be that far of a distance, there are still so many buildings in between them that they can't really do anything to cover one another should the other kind of half of your team get engaged upon. So I like the fact that SKADE didn't overcommit, but now just kind of accept the fact that there's a team sitting in between them, which will make them regrouping that much harder, but we'll see how they opt to work with it.
Oh, Hibako having a think and deciding to turn away. Paige being very, very quiet here. Obviously, a little bit split from the rest of the team, waiting for Corexi to even get into circle. So really, this is just information gathering unless he gets a sure knock, which is completely fine.
Exactly. No reason to risk anything here when you aren't with your teammates. Correx is still in the car, not really in a position to help, and T-Bone and Beamy both still on the other side of the road. So yes, as you were saying, even if you do get a knock, if 3 people come pulling up as a result of it and you go down, well, that guy you knocked is going to get back on his feet and you will have lost a player. So smart and good trigger discipline from Page there. And Double now, obviously, I mean, considering the fact that he didn't fire, Double has no clue that everything he does in this position is very exposed to Page position.
Luca Rook there.
Speaking of trigger discipline.
Oh, he wants it. He wants the car to stop, but no, that was the right thing to do there. Mixie's very close by as well, but neither of them spotted at the moment. Team Liquid don't really want another run-in with Entropiq until they have full scouting information and know exactly where they are. Vard now very much on the low ground underneath.
Luca Rooks is playing the role of kind of sensor beacon, just info gatherer, as you were saying, for his team. Don't take fights, just tell the rest of your team exactly what's happening around you. Hitman, in the meantime, trying to get back to safety. He's been kind of all over the place so far. He started by, I mean, he tried to regroup with his teammates, but then he was not allowed to because of where Entropiq was positioned, so he had to go all the way back out east, and now, fortunately, he's been able to get back to his teammates, but it took quite a while for him to get there. Let's see now. Is the circle going to benefit Sakura Zensen, or where are we going? Nope, quite the contrary. We're headed west.
This is going to be fun indeed. So the circle here, this is phase 3, west of Al Azahar. Where northern lights are now that you can see on your mini-map, it's a giant valley. Huge cliffs on both sides, and you can see, look there, they're getting the gas station now, but if you're in the middle and you need to go up either side, you're in for a world of hurt. This is a really interesting part of the map.
I can't help but think that we're getting a northern hardship here after this, which would be,
I think it's going to be on the road, right?
Terrible.
It'll be
it would have to be west to some extent because of the hillside down south of FaZe Clan, but I just feel like that mountain is so big that there's no way that at least parts of it won't be inside the circle. And if that's the case, well, we could pretty much go anywhere. So everyone get excited for phase 4. I'm curious to see how many teams are going to just say, you know what, we're not even going to bother trying to math this one. Let's just send it into Al Azahar and play, like, just say, we'll play from there. We hope the circles go there. Having to get out from there, we know it's going to be hard. No one's done it yet, but I feel like SKADE and FaZe will not be the only 2 teams inside Al Azahar by the end of the circle.
I'm inclined to agree with you. This is, it's interesting.
That's the first one.
There we go. Entropiq instantly right on cue, Toby. Absolutely spot on there. But keeping to the outskirts of Al Azahar, so they want to come in such a way that they can keep the vehicles safe. There's a very easy avenue of escape up to the north. Oh, whoa. And Lucarux, well, we'll just pretend that didn't happen.
No harm done. We didn't see anything in the kill feed, so therefore there was no...
therefore it was fine.
Nothing happened, right? Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
All is good, all is calm. I mean,
worst things happen at sea.
For Thunder right now, they're playing a 2-2 split in probably the most favorable position in this circle right now. I don't want to say I wanted to see them play a 3-1 split and only have 1 in the compound, but I'm going to put it this way. They have to be very ready to rotate come as soon as, maybe even before the next circle pops, because if that goes north, they cannot maintain that 2-way split, and I think they're very well aware of that.
Road to glory here. We've got 3 vehicles and someone sending up smoke signals. So having the last car in your convoy being the one on the lowest hit point can be a little bit tricky, but I think they're nearing their destination here. They're happy to live relatively close to where FaZe Clan are. Vard from Team Liquid, the only surviving member here, unfortunately might get in the way of both of them. So he wants to take a look and get a bit of scouting info, but realistically, he doesn't want to get involved until they fight.
Vard is gonna get me so many fantasy points. I can feel it. He's either he's gonna win the game or he's just gonna he's gonna pop off soon. As soon as Road to Glory goes back down the hillside, which they will, even though that would make no sense, then Vard is just gonna stand up on the ridge, shoot at everyone in the city, and get like 10 kills. I'm excited for it.
Yep.
That is what's gonna happen.
That's the voice of desperation from someone who has 2 members of Team Liquid. I can hear Martin's voice in the back of my head. I've got Vard as well, though, so I'm not allowed to complain. Next circle does pop west. It does have that valley, but it's also got quite a lot of the hills to the south, and there's a real risk now that the valley gets completely cut out from phase 6, which is going to be very interesting indeed.
So this is where we expected the circle to go, but I just wasn't sure if how that mountain was gonna play in. And now VAD obviously realizing that there's probably more than one player over that hillside trying to back off. Batoons and Spear in the meantime taking the fight to Thunder. Thunder wanting to push down the hillside, but Northern Lights here ready and waiting.
Lou coming around the back to hunt for Hibako. Hibako's holding an aid, and that means he is going to go down. Unfortunately, Lou with the shotgun. Spyro now coming in on cleanup duty, and that is Northern Lights with an almost picture-perfect defense of the gas station.
Exactly. Hold off as best as you can and get them done with fast, and that's exactly what happened. Double now on his own, trying to hold off against the player on the other side. Does manage to find Tegas. Will get the flush, I would assume, confirmed with it as well. But as I say that, headshot received, throws the nade, though he wants to get this point. No matter the cost, it does fortunately manage to get it.
He almost ran into his own nade there to get the kill finished. And that was a rather interesting end to the game for VAD. Vex, unfortunately, applying a barrel to his face, and that's going to be it for Team Liquid. A rough game, I have to say, for the boys in blue.
Not gonna work out. Example, Navi, knowing that they have Entropiq close, want to take the fight through, but you can see there in the distance, ENCE actually engaging us. But look, Rooks over the top, finds two instantly. QB there to find the third as well. Navi butchered in seconds by Entropiq. Yes, there was an impact by ENCE from behind, kind of forcing Navi to push further forward, but Entropiq knew exactly how to respond to that push.
Really well played there. Nail Up, the only player to get knocked, and that was a very impressive spray. I think by example, if I remember correctly, but that was about the high point in that fight. It all went downhill from there for Navi, and now Entropiq really taking control of this hill. BBL in rotation, ENCE shooting them as well. They're competing for the point. ENCE is going to get the first one, and Ketber at the moment feels like he's in the middle in a tug of war.
Yeah, I'm not going to get out of that one live. No way. That's gonna happen. Two falls, third should fall in just a second. There you go, smash falls down, and Entropiq harvesting here. Only in phase 4, and they're gonna get to kill number 8. There we go, 8 kills already with 40 people still alive. Make that 9.
An important question that we needed to ask going into today. Entropiq, yes, they won day number 1, but were they going to keep the momentum going into day 2? This is a statement of intent from them here in match number 7. They're doing very, very well indeed. Even if they went out right now, their point total from this game is excellent, and I have no doubt they're about to get more.
Yep, SKADE backfilling once more. They've been doing this both in the previous game and this one has been working out very well for them. They allowed for Sakura Zensen to make the aggressive push on over. They say, you know what, you go take the fight. We are all for that. Now they can come up, they take out Sakura Zensen, now they can take the fight to HOWL.
This next shift of the circle, by the way, is a 2 o'clock hard shift back towards Al-Azhar, so the Valley is very much back in. We were talking about earlier how we see loads of games have the 2 sort of cliff edges and the Valley in the middle. Well, it's now statistically, I would argue, back on. So we'll wait and see what that happens. A lot of these teams down south are now going to have to rotate out. Entropiq are in a great position because they can choose to move up north and fight base, or they can choose to go south and pick things off. And that's Squeaky added to the tally.
Don't jump, Squeaky, because QP hits those. Holy moly, the way that he just tracked him down there mid-air. Very impressive. Nail him as well. Doing the exact same thing here. BNR barely gets the peek on over before he's met by a double headshot from Nail Up. Entropiq are just on another level right now. Till kill number 10. No casualties so far as they push further forward.
Continuing to look for dead. Road to Glory with the flashbangs. That's a great flashbang, but he wasn't alive for the follow-up, unfortunately. And that is Road to Glory eliminated. We're now into our top 10.
Look at this. They barely even get to reload before they already fight 2 on ENCE. Yes, they knew that Squeaky was knocked down there before, but the fact that they can take an up-close fight to one team to then just turn on a dime and instantly find 2 from ENCE right after, that is incredibly impressive. Tiksu, solo player left alive, but Futbolist, if they have a saying in this, he probably won't be alive for much longer. He's pushing up on the backside, but again, Nail Cup, making it hard for Tiksu to really get anything going whatsoever.
And now they know Tiksu's there. They heard the flashbang. QB's going to be ready for this. Little bit tense, but if he peeks up above, we have got Nail Up and Lucarux providing DMR cover. You can see them with the DMRs out, and QB ends it prematurely with an aid to the face.
I like the fact that not only does Nail Cup help them, but he also gets taken down from Entropiq. Thank you, Nail Cup. We can do this on our own. We don't need your help. So they take him out, then they get the second kill on Tiksu. And once again, I mean, Entropiq yesterday, they had a 16-kill win followed by a 12-kill second place. If they get something just barely similar going today, 14 kills already, still with 25 alive, this is going to be a very good day for them. Make that 15 kills, and look at the spread on them. Everyone participating in the killing.
Really nice stuff there. And Futbolist eliminated, so we're not going to be able to cast or direct him at who we're going to third party there. That was delightful stuff. We have a replay here of it's the Mad versus Pixley. Delightful flick headshot there. We had some of these sprays be absolutely on point. You're visible to them for a second, and that's ruined down as well. SKADE showing some moves of their own.
Heroic. In the meantime, they've been able to play it a little bit more quiet on the western side up until this point, but now SKADE, okay, going in vehicles. Ballsy play with Heroic right next door. Let's see, the aggressive play comes up. They come pushing on over. Do they get over the hilltop in time? Yes, just exactly. Beamy not able to connect the spray there. So SKADE allowed to get down inside the compound, but they're still far outside the circle, which is 35 seconds until it starts closing in.
Very interesting stuff. So they choose to move into Al Azhar, even though it's outside of circle, and thinks that this is their best chance of getting in, and they're gonna have to fight building to building with only the very edge of Al Azhar in. They made that calculated move, and they went, look, this is better than fighting Heroic face to face. I don't know to what extent I agree. This is gonna be tough for them, man.
This was their only play, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they had Heroic pushing on up, and they every single time they tried to peek up in their direction, because Entropiq were so fast in dealing with the southern side, they would get shot in the back whenever they went back to heal. So I think they made the right play. It's not a spot you want to be in, but it's the only place that you're guaranteed survival, at least for now. So prolong again, disengage, live to fight another day. Nail up again, doesn't miss those double headshot, comes through. Page falls down, fortunately just down below the ridge, so there should be a rest coming in.
I think they're almost like the two people as far apart as you can possibly get in this zone, and then Nail Up just squares them up and goes, thanks for the double tap. That is disgusting. That guy is on fire right now. Let's watch SKADE and their shenanigans in Al Azhar. Will this pay off for them? They've got vehicles, but the circle's closing in. Evas looking for the headshot out of the car. He's got a few hits, but no headshots yet.
Entropiq really on a whole other level right now. They had a hard time playing winner chicken dinner format, because they got all the kills they needed every single time. The wins weren't always there though, but now that we're back in super settings, we're seeing how much they're thriving. They're so aggressive, they're so talented mechanically, and they're showing up here.
And using the floor of the car to block the bullets once again. Heroic taking a page out of our rulebook. Unfortunately, needs to get the kill before the car does there, and Double manages to take home the point.
Not opting to shoot for the second, allowing them to get over the hillside. Corexi falls down and trying to get to safety. Not gonna happen for Double though. That fence was only gonna grant him cover for so long. Nailor finds one more as well, as if Entropiq doesn't have enough kills already.
Right.
Was that stat just from this game? Was he at 800
I think that's
damage
just from this game.
already?
I think
already
so.
800. He's gonna be breaking into the 1K club very soon, because look at the amount of space he has, and he fights now. He can smoke too.
Luca Rook's coming in to try and help while Nail Up is healing. I feel like they just need to buy him a bit of time so that he can heal and continues to do a ridiculous amount of damage. He might even be on 1K already. Not a lot of room for SKADE to maneuver behind that container, and nowhere else for them to go. Gustav knows that. Double kill with the nade. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Gemty, single player left alive. The desk said that Gemty was the master of salvaging more points, but just chilling whenever his teammates were dead. I must say that this time around, I don't see a way that Gemty gets to cross that street. Nate's now lobbing in as well. First one not gonna get him. Second one was never thrown in the first place, so Gemty does get to stay alive. Smoke's still available, but let's see now. NLT, they've been able to use the gas station for cover for a while, but now they have to make a play forward as well.
The good news is they have the utility available, and wow, okay. They have the utility of Team Rage as well, by the looks of things. Let's find out if they can continue to push further up. They had the gas station for so long, and as a result, their utility is more or less untouched. Perfectix needs to heal, but they're doing a good job of moving up. And if they get a leg up onto this cliff edge, honestly, Toby, I think they're going to be able to dominate because there's no one behind to backstab them.
I like the way they've approached is only sending 2 over initially to make space, and also if that kind of baited Team Rage into going aggressive, thinking that all had pushed, then maybe they Spear and Batulins could catch some off guard as they make an aggressive play forward. But now, of course, with the circle closing in, they all need to make that play, and I honestly think taking the fight to Team Rage here is the only play, because if they're lucky, then Entropiq is going to engage in Team Rage from behind as well. Let's see now, Jempty, the impossible transition. Does he get to cross the road or not? My money's on no with that nade. When they make that Molly coming in as well, it's looking ever that much harder. Half the server is shooting at Jempty. Now he's in the Molly too. Blue is going to tank him up as well. Not going to happen. Down he goes. Unfortunately, he's going to go down to Blue, not giving points away to FaZe.
That was, I mean, literally, if you looked up bullying in the dictionary, I'm pretty sure you're going to see Jempty in this game alongside as a definition there. That was rough. FaZe Clan now turning their attention to Entropiq, who are lobbing an awful lot of utility their way, very close to a double knock on AT and Fex there. I don't know if Entropiq realized how close they were to getting 2 knocks at once. We've got Entropiq with all 4, Northern Lights also with 4 up, Team Rage and FaZe both as a trio.
Entropiq has to be careful. I'm loving what we're seeing on the minimap right now. The fact that Naleb and Ivers push out of this one. They had the center of the circle. They knew there was space to maneuver, but they also realized, wait, FaZe is coming up on one side. We've allowed Northern Lights in on the other. We cannot sit this split. So the fact that they all back up the hill, smart play, and even at the loss of Lokarooks, I think it was the right decision to make. So if they all go downhill, they would have been in trouble. Now Naleb sprays on over, finds the first. No way FaZe can make the transition up the hillside. Batulins preventing Team Rage from peeking on over as well. Helping out Entropiq in allowing what I would suppose to be them to stay alive up here, but at least for a little while longer.
FaZe very much in a precarious position. If any one of them gets knocked, the chances of a revive are very slim at the moment. What a great nade from Batulins to start this off against Team Rage, but he can't push on them. Entropiq have got eyes on where he is.
Look at this in the circle now, massively favoring Northern Lights. If there's a team you just do not want to go up against in the late game, that is them right here. Nailor finding a double once more. There is no stopping Entropiq right now. Be that maybe a kind of team up from FaZe and Northern Lights. They know they need to deal with them. 19 kills for Entropiq in this game already, and they're still up and alive with 2.
That is insane. Entropiq with 2 players left alive. Okay, Northern Lights are the only team with all 4, but Entropiq just need 1 more for a 20-kill game. At this point, I'm not going to say you don't care, because they always care. They're competitive players, but if you go out in 3rd place right now, you're completely fine. What a dominating position Entropiq are enjoying right now, but they've still got the chicken dinner to come, 1 step at a time. Utility coming out towards FaZe Clan, the other duo here. That is a surprisingly good molly right up on top of Fex. Gustav having to dance his way around other nades as well, and still takes a little bit of damage. Entropiq properly unloading, and this means Northern Lights don't have to worry about nades going their way.
Does Entropiq get into the 20-kill club this time around, or do they not? I think that's all that's up for grabs here, because this has got Northern Lights written all over it. They are going to concede, not giving anything away. 19-kill 3rd place, though, for them. FaZe as well, realizing there's nothing more to come for. They go down. Northern Lights win the game with 9 kills, exactly the way they wanted to do it. Great play by NLT, but you have to give a massive kudos to your Entropiq team here.
Entropiq are going to be the talking point in that game for sure. Northern Lights, though, yes, they had a little bit of a slow start to the day yesterday. I would argue, as far as chicken dinners go, this is a slow one for them too. And I think once they wake up, we could see another one with an even bigger kill count later today.
Even bigger than 19? Okay.
No, but bigger than 9.
Bigger than 9. Okay, you know what? That one I can go with. But if Entropiq could do anything close to 19 again, that'd be... They're scary. They're real scary.
Entropiq with a statement of intent here on day number 2. Even if they're not winning the games, they want to make sure they get enough points so that by the end of this weekend, they've got 1 hand on the trophy. Can they do it, though? The desk will have a chat about it.
We'll chat about it just now. I want to talk about NLT first, because they are here. They are popping up off The big boys have arrived. Avenger, tell me how they won that chicken dinner.
Well, so first of all, the push onto Team Rage was not an unexpected. It's once you get onto the other side of the road, you have an uphill fight. If with the correct utility uses, they could get in. But they got a good knock. They had the angles, and they actually had a really good way of approaching it. And eventually took over that kind of ridge there, which ended up being fantastic for them. Also, 9 kills, obviously, along with the chicken dinner. Massive game. I've been talking about them being a week 2 team, but already here on day 2, they're already stepping it up. And my boy Spyro is showing up for me, you know?
I mean, we could talk about the Fantasy League because I think we all won there in the Final 4, but I do want to now talk about this specific moment because Colaris has a little ode to the DBS. I'm going to let you have this one.
That's right. I don't even care. I don't care who wins and loses this fight. All I care is the fact that Futbolist triple with the DBS. Yes, please. One of the best guns in the game. Come at me, bros. You don't at me. Actually, no, do at me and come at me. It was really cool. Look at him. He was so happy. So happy. Oh.
Yeah. Good wipe for them early on, obviously, but I don't know what they're doing. Like, why would they fight that early in Yasnaya or in Los Dones?
Yeah, really odd.
So that they could give Colaris some DBS action. That's why they did it. The highlights package is going to be full of Entropiq because they did own this from start to finish. I honestly thought that they were going to take it. They had control. Avenger, we're going to see it. Kill points are going to be through the roof. I wondered if yesterday, if they could keep that momentum going. I mean, the answer to that question is yes. But how did they position themselves so well to be able to hold that much control?
It was due to the fact that they were the last team coming up on this hill. So they knew that their backs were free. They could take on NAVI. They could take on Road to Glory. They could take on ENCE. They could eventually take on FAZE. And overall, they had so many kills throughout this where they just completely smashed them because they knew, all right, we're literally the last team coming out of Al-Azhar from this side. There's no other teams that's going to come out until the teams that are inside Al-Azhar but below us. But we know when they're going to come. And it was super well executed by them. Like the way that they positioned themselves, the 2-2 split towards the mid game, and of course the point denial, super well executed. Honestly, it was a picture perfect play. They couldn't get the win out of it, and obviously decided to go for the full deny there.
Yeah, so many cool little moments here in this game to talk about, as I say, without point denial towards the end. But for Entropiq, really, the push-up against Road to Glory for me was the most important factor. Being able to dislodge them from ahead of themselves in the circle and then having that high ground advantage over ENCE, over Futbolist as they're coming in. It's effectively some free kill points for them as that continues on when they've got themselves such a position that they wrestled away from Road to Glory. So 0 points from Road to Glory, despite having that position that eventually Entropiq blasted from here. Look at what a tournament they've had so far.
Yeah.
19 kills obviously puts them into the top spot there in terms of points just because they popped off. I lost count. How many teams did they end up taking out in that game, Avenger?
I think it was full teams. I think it was because there was a few times where they lost, but good to see both Ivers and Naleb on 6. There was a few times where they maybe lost one kill to steal, but overall they also stole a few kills. But it was 4 teams that they took on. It was NAVI, it was Road to Glory, it was ENCE, BBL. And I think that was it, like the kind of full teams that they took on the east side, but overall just insane. And also Naleb in the 1K club, of course. There's no denying Naleb is he's a force to be reckoned with here for PCS6.
For sure, he is having a great 2 days because obviously we saw him yesterday. He was the MVP of the day and obviously woken up, decided he wants the same today. But NLT as well, like we said, I mean, getting the chicken dinner starting to pop off. I mean, Colaris, you see this a lot, and between you and Avenger, you've sat through all the PUBG Europe tournaments. It does take these big teams a bit of time, and then when they come, they throw up that 1,000 damage.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see some of those big names really kind of have the little step up. I mean, Northern Lights obviously gets themselves 2 really nice back-to-back games, based purely on position for overall. But Nail Up here, taking the top spot. And you know what, actually, whilst we take a step back here, Entropiq, doing brilliantly, imagine picking Ivers for your Fantasy League team. As I curl my mustache. Oh, it's been a nice day.
Yeah. This
Still
is you.
on the Still on the top of the leaderboard for now, I believe. That would be me. But we can chat about this tomorrow. Interestingly enough, we actually do have some commentary from Naleb. So this was one of the teams that they were able to take out. Entropiq was able to remove Team Liquid from Miramar. And Naleb actually shared some thoughts specifically about what he thinks Team Liquid's what their positives are, what their negatives are, and their weaknesses as well as their strengths. So let's hear from him.
Strong points of Team Liquid are their organization. I mean, they're well organized. They just play together. They really have good team play, and they're probably in the fights the most organized team apart from NLT. But weak points, they lose players early on. I mean, one or two guys they lose like in most of the games. I mean, not in most of the games, but sometimes they lose like one or two guys in like first circles, and that's probably their weakest point, because when they're not four in the game, it's just like not as easy to win.
Adventure, do you agree with him there on some of his thoughts about Team Liquid?
I actually have a really funny anecdote from talking to Naleb and some of the guys from Liquid yesterday as well, is that there was a drive-by happening yesterday where I believe it was Lukarux, where Clip, he absolutely, it was like a body shot, headshot out of the car, and Lukarux just like, guys, I'm dead. And then he just like kind of leaned back and then didn't say anything for, I think it was Lukarux. And Naleb asked what was the comms, or I think it was James that asked what was the comms at that point. He's just like, he's dead. And now the exact opposite happened here. It was Clip taken out. He got absolutely dominated by Ivaz, and then like it's like the Uno reverse card is thrown on the table, right? It's fantastic. I love that.
We're gonna call it on that fun little anecdote, and we are gonna take a quick break. When we return back to Miramar to see more PCS6 action, we'll see you after this.
Hello, I am T-Bone and I play for Heroic.
I'm Beamy. My journey for the professional esports scene started probably back in 2017, where I joined the all-Danish roster where we competed against the top teams in Europe, and after that I got picked up by Heroic. These boot camps and events we're doing for the team matters a lot. Just the morale of the team seems like also to like get refreshed every time like we see each other, and it just gives a new perspective to the game, that we're not just sitting at home playing, but we're actually a team and we're sticking together. And I would say that our performance is way better when we are seeing each other while we're playing, or like just in the meeting before that.
I feel like we actually perform a little bit better as a team. It's more connected. You can look at each other's facial expressions and see the frustration, see joy, everything like that. You live through each other basically when you play.
Day in the life on the bootcamp here in the Heroic office would probably be that we usually wake up around 9 or 10 a.m. and after that people just have their breakfast and chill a bit after that.
I'd say my favourite part of the bootcamp has been the Master Chef.
We usually have the evening either booked out for content or for sightseeing, or just doing some things together as a team. And then usually we have dinner, and then after that we have scrims.
We have travelled internationally as a team. Obviously we went to PGC last year. I'd say the only difference, I would say, from event to boot camp would be a boot camp's probably a little bit more chill. You have more time to relax and talk over things and do more fun stuff, I would say.
At least for me, like the main difference between bootcamp and training at home is that at bootcamp I can really focus on the training aspect and actually improve with the team. every time we play on a LAN or something, it greatly affects our gameplay in a good way, and we just do a lot better when we're actually sitting next to each other.
For me personally, I think winning PCS6 is obviously a great achievement for us as a team. It would really help towards getting PGC points, obviously towards PGC at the end of the year will be our main focus as a team, and it's just a pleasure to play on the global stage, so that's definitely our goal.
Welcome back to day 2 of PCS6. We're going to take a look at how the last game you just saw affected the standings, and I think this is going to shake things up exactly that. Look at that lead that Entropiq has now, Kalaris.
That's massive, absolutely massive for the team in this position, showing and coming out onto the battlefield here against massive names. Just the difference between first and second place. Monumental start here for this roster. If they can keep it up, then they'll be causing, I think, quite the upset, considering it's always NLT that wins all this, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, with a 27-point lead, they have the same lead that the Futbolist has amount of points right now to second place. That is speaking quite volumes. SKADE, pretty happy to see them up here. They have been able to consistently be in good positions, and obviously not within striking distance as of now, but second place is also a massive amount of PGC points on prize pool, so that's obviously something to look at. Also to note, obviously, is NLT and ENCE invited teams are starting to win the games.
Before we jump into the game, we were talking about SKADE, so can we talk a little bit about GMT, the bully, Kalaris?
Well, I mean, he's certainly putting in a big step, I think, here for SKADE. Unfortunately for him, he kind of got that little bit of bullying towards the end. I love that he was trying to smoke trail, but the best way to deny that is just a cheeky little molly in that smoke. Can't do any of that.
It is all to play for. We are moving to the final Miramar of the day. Jorisa, Toby, where are we dropping?
Let's find out. Thank you very much, Sam and team. Another fairly equal playing path here. About 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock, give or take. Campo Militar all the way down to just east of Valle del Mar. These guys are going to be completely fine for where they're going to be dropping here in match number 8.
Looking good, looking good. Just to kind of underline how insanely well Entropiq are playing right now, they have more. We just looked at the leaderboard there. They have more kills. Like, we don't care about the placement points. They have more kills than any other team has in kills and placement points combined. I think that is absurd. Had it been an open qualifier situation where, because again, I mean, Entropiq usually don't get invited to it, so and they blast through qualifiers the way they're doing right now. But had it been a qualifier stage, I would still be incredibly impressed, but not as impressed. They're right now playing against the very top of European PUBG. Hell, I mean, just to a big extent, the very top of global PUBG.
Absolutely.
And they are butchering every single team they're going up against. I think that's absolutely insane.
The way they're playing, keeping each other alive has been great. Every time one of them gets knocked, they're always in a position to smoke and revive. They're never really caught out and have someone just randomly lose their life needlessly. Look, that happens to all teams, right? But Entropiq, they've managed to keep that to a minimum, and the consistency, the sharpshooting, it's just been absolutely spot on. Circle, frightfully similar to what we had before.
I was just going to say, who pressed the replay button?
Right?
What? This is a good thing in many ways, because for starters, Futbolist are not fighting in Los Leones, so that's something. They knew that the circle was going to come up here again, and therefore they opted to go north.
300 IQ.
But also for a team like Liquid, who got caught off by, well, Entropiq, to mention the superior team right now. I'm curious to see how they now, with a very, very similar playing path, a pretty much identical circle, and teams having jumped in very similar spots for the most part as well, how they're opting to rotate. Because yes, I know they're, Schofield, wait a seat, D-seed, he's walking into a wall. That's unfortunate.
I see.
That's... Ugh. You know what? If
that sucks.
I don't know if this is the case, but if Thunderlost is running away right now, I really hope that he's running away to go away. If he because he tagged him. If he shot at him and then saw he's running into a wall, if this is the gentleman of all gentlemen,
wow, okay.
If he is the gentleman of PUBG, not killing someone who's DC'd, that is the biggest thumbs up I've ever given to any one player in PUBG. If he just didn't kill him because he saw he was DC'd. That is... I'm all smiles. I hope that's the case. I really hope that's the case.
Let's take a look now at one of the teams participating in today's matches. Of course, Team Rage, veterans of the PUBG scene. These guys will know exactly what it takes to win those chicken dinners. They've won God knows how many in their tournament lifetimes as well, and they're looking to try and make an impact today. They're not necessarily top of the table or similar at the moment, but at the same time, they've been, what, top 3, top 4, God knows how many times. They are always there or thereabouts, and they're always in the middle of the fight.
You know what, Schofield, you're your team. You're Thunderlost one. You're Thunderlost one. That's whenever Thunderlost is streaming on Twitch or whatever, go in, you know, gift us up or something like that, because that was
yeah,
that was just incredibly kind. I love to see it.
The
big
best
respect, big respect.
Yeah, look, there are PGC points on the line, right? Like, this isn't a scrims or something where, you know, you're laughing, you're joking, and this is it's an amazing bit of sportsmanship there, tagging and going, oh, he's disconnected, I'll leave him alone. That was incredible. 10 out of 10.
I like to see it. I like to see it. In the meantime, now let's see Liquid. Well, we talked. How are they gonna be rotating into this? They tried to do the hard Eastern rep last game, didn't work out for them. It was not going the way they wanted to. This time around, they seem to be going further west. They're on going over the Labadita area for Thunder here as well. Well, they know they have a pretty straightforward rotation into it. They set themselves up really well on the hillsides in the previous game. This time around, though, HOWL are already there. So opting to stay a bit further west.
Entropiq now rotating in themselves. Relatively normal timing, I have to say.
Wait. This is... A viewer and I had a talk about this before today's matches, and I think it's interesting to mention, or worth, I should say, to mention as well, how many times, because Northern Lights are usually, if not pretty much always, very good at avoiding early confrontation, but pretty much every early confrontation they've had so far over the past 2 days has been with Thunder. And you cannot help but think that when the former coach of your team is on the other team, if there's one person that would know the ins and outs of what you usually do, that would be him. I mean, the fact that Hirusen is playing on Thunder, you would have to think that there's some sort of, I wonder if they're going to be rapping this way. Because they run into each other all the time.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of insider information there. Now, when you're the coach of a team, you know how they play. You understand how they rotate and when. So there's certainly going to be an element of that. Those early scuffles, though, don't always lead to a full-on engagement, and they are going to be able to peacefully make it in. We still have all 64 players alive at the 6-minute mark of this game. So generally speaking, this is, in fact, this might even be the least bloodthirsty Miramar game we've cast in this tournament so far.
Wait, no one's dead at 6 minutes?
Now that I think about it, right?
What? What is going on here? How did this happen? Oh, it's I don't mind it, especially not with these sort of circles, because I like, as much as there are probably areas I like more, I do really actually like this area of the map for fights. It allows for teams to fight one another, but it also forces teams to take those fights and finish them quickly, because this is a third-party heaven. Yeah. I mean, up in this northeast area of the map, because of the elevation and the way the terrain is kind of laid out, it allows for teams to pull up on you. So if you want to take a fight, you have to full-on commit to it, and you have to be very quick about how you go about it. So let's see now. Well, not necessarily much of a fight to be had, but a knock does come through. Lyron falls down, does have a Rich to play with, though, so I would assume Gluttony is going to be able to get him up.
Yeah, FaZe need to ask themselves the question, is this likely to be a single player, or is it likely to be a full team here? And they don't have the information necessary to make that call, so don't expect them to collapse on the position. They want to try and get as much info as possible. If they feel it's 1 or 2 max, then fair enough. Nail Cop letting them know that actually other guns are present here as well, and that might give FaZe a little bit of food for thought.
Yeah, not seemingly over-aggressing on this. Gustav is looking for more info, jumping as we speak, trying to see what he can spot on the other side. Fex as well, looking towards the building right now, but Gluttony is actually closer than that. Trying to prevent him from being able to do anything. And now Gustav was just going to say, with the Futbolist player on the other side, once he realizes it might be too late, but fortunately, 1 bullet missed, and that allows for Gustav to get back to safety.
Very close there. I think Futbolists were on the knife edge of being able to get that knock. Nonetheless, it helps weaken the vest, it weakens the helmet, it makes FaZe think about what they're going to be doing a bit more. Remember, they're not in compounds and they're reasonably split. So if you lose a vest and it goes down to 0 or similar, it's not that easy to replenish, especially if the other team want to aggress on you as well. So FaZe, they're getting every point that they can from that position, but they also have to be hyper careful, especially when one of them gets knocked.
Yeah, welcome back on the server, Schofield. Pretty convenient information that you have now that Heroic opted to go through here. That former loot spot themselves. Chumacera, that is. So Schofield will get to stay put. He's got plenty of meds. Gets himself a level 2 helmet there as well. The team is coming to pick him up as we speak. So Team Rage should be all right to rotate on in. Road to Glory. In the meantime, well, they're on the road to the north, going up into the exact same spot that we saw Entropiq and Liquid have that road fight in the previous game. And who knows, maybe they're going to try and set themselves up for something similar.
On board now with Mert. I really want to see him do a big backflip or something, but there's no ramps in sight, unfortunately, as Team Rage rotate further in. Northern Lights once again holding a similar position to last game. Last game, remember, they held the gas station. This game, they've gone for the northern cliff instead. And that may be because in the last game, it was like a third of the circle that was unplayable. This game, it's more like 20%, and there's a bigger chance that it shifts a little further in. Not much, they're still super similar, but they've got a pretty strong position to play from.
And there were more teams on the northern side, I mean, that jumped out earlier, I should say, of the plane this time around, so they know that people coming in from the north are going to have a better shot at getting to that position now. Well, why not start off where we left off? Last game, they got 19. Now they find themselves their first. Nixie trying to heal in the open. Well, not going to happen.
Wow.
Naileup spots him from behind. Thought the vehicle for cover was all he needed, but Naileup denied. 9
minutes, 46 seconds. I think that's the latest first kill on Miramar we've had. So we'll keep an eye on that. Next circle.
This is
it's
actually
almost...
repeat.
Yeah, it's almost like if we could draw a circle around everyone as much as possible, what do we do? Basically, how are Heroic and Team Rage going to move into circle? Everyone else is kind of cool.
Nuki is going to get crashed by all the teams now because they go, well, we know exactly where it's ending anyway, so we might as well just set up shop there now and wait for the next 6 circles to come to us. Now, I'd be obviously very, very surprised if literally every single circle did go down towards where Nuki and EBR are in between them anyway. In the meantime, now, well, the only team to take casualties in this one so far, Sakura Zensen. Seeing the rotation from Road to Glory, up close they come, and Sakura Zensen still pretty spread out. Even more so now after the loss of a player. So we'll see how they're opting to go about this.
Thunder going down the road. In the valley, by the way, which means if there are teams up on the cliffs, they could spot them. Haven't got anything so far. No, with the frags out, doesn't do any damage. They're committing here. There's someone in the garage double. You have to be a little bit more mindful than that. Moving in, misses him in the corner, but picks up Jempty anyway.
Such a smart pre-fire from him as well. First, he gets the headshot in the car, realizing that he has a space to maneuver. Then doesn't take any chance on the second one either. Now, Nawick finds one with an 80 roots and falls down. Is there a response to be had from Thunder, though? Mika not in the position to push on in. So let's see how much Nawick is going to be willing to commit to try and see if he can get the flush here.
Nawick, so close to spotting the player on the left. Manages to finish off Hyruzen, but that's not a target that's spraying bullets his way. He gets taken down now. Are we going to see is this the end of the fight? I think it might be.
SKADE caught in the split. Unfortunately, not able to regroup fast enough. And that's one of the things, I mean, if I was to put a finger on something that I've seen SKADE not have success with, is being fast enough to responding to these split positions. And I've seen it a couple of times now. This time around, it happens again, where they get essentially another team calls the bluff. I mean, they go, there's only 2 people here. We'll pull up on them, and SKADE simply cannot disengage fast enough to get back to their teammates.
No, that's
or
really
regroup,
good.
I should say. And now, well, the other part of the team is going to get pulled up by 4 people as well.
Although one thing I would say, because Thunder approached that like from the road in the valley, right? I feel like they kind of had to commit whether it was 2 people or 4 people there. I'm not. Was there any other information they might have had that would have told them it was fewer than 4?
No.
Fair enough. Let's roll some dice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one because the thing is where they would have to go. Oh, Pixel caught mid-transition! Does manage to get to the other side. Smash
Not
Oh,
able
I
to
am
find the knock
clenched.
there, but again, I mean, for SKADE, where the hell do you go from here? You're in the center of the circle. You can't really go anywhere. The only real transition that, as I say, that they do get into the car, but where are they planning on
Where?
going?
Yeah, like I feel like maybe you can, I guess, try and hold long, but they just weren't interested in BBL. Now move in. They're saying thank you very much. We're signing a long-term lease, but. Like you say, Toby, the question I'm asking right now is, that's fine. SKADE have got away safely, but where's their destination?
You got to commit to the city at this point. Everything else is taken. I think they're realizing this too. The issue is the city has got people all over it as well. Now they jump on out. They are inside.
Okay.
And inside the city as well, but not where they would have wanted to be playing from, especially not seeing this nest circle, which is not guaranteedly, but most likely going to force them to make the push back up that hill eventually.
Yeah, so this time last game, I think next circle was like a 2 o'clock hard shift, and it kept El Azahar in it, and it kept the valley and the gas station in it. It's not very likely to happen that way this game. I love, by the way, that Northern Lights rotated straight away. So if you're on the north side of that cliff edge, that valley, it's so hard to go down and up the other side. What's the best time to do it then? Literally first, before anyone else catches you doing it. And they've managed, although I think they're losing it. Oh God, oh God,
Oh, no.
there's 2 people in there.
No. Oh
Matulits,
no.
And Lou
Matulits
as well.
falls down. Lou tried to get out of there alive. That ain't gonna happen, especially not when Clip is standing with an MK on the other side of it. Clip finds the flush on the in-game leader. Down goes one. Northern Lights, similar position to last game, but this time around, 1 player less.
This is very unfortunate for them indeed. I thought their timing on that rotation was excellent. I feel like they had to do that. And honestly, I thought they were going to get away with it. But the caliber of player in this lobby, the sharpshooting from Clip, they're just not allowing that to happen, taking 2 wheels out of that UAZ to facilitate that kill. And well played by them. Can't take that away.
Can't take it away at all. Bart peeking on over in the meantime as well, wanting to find Lhasa. Issue is the teammates and Team Rage doing well in suppressing up towards Vart, so can't really just full-on commit to over-peeking that position. Page in the meantime, making a run on up. He's soon gonna be aware that there's an entire team down here. At least I hope he will, because there is. But all of BBL, I mean, they're, I don't want to say hiding, but they're clearly not doing anything to really make their presence known.
It's either one of 2 things, right? Either they're like, look, we're center circle, we're happy to just be full defensive. Maybe they're hoping a car shows up towards them and they can grab a couple of kills from that. Who knows? Either way, BBL Esports here, they're sitting pretty. They're relatively close to the rest of Northern Lights. I think Lou has managed to get away from the clutches of Team Liquid now, so they are functioning as a proper trio. And he proves that instantaneously with a bold headshot on Code Marco.
See now, T-Bone, oh, the instant headshot. You hate to see it. Molly did connect, no damage is being done, but not enough, not fast enough. T-Bone falls, surprised by the entire opposing team. FaZe Clan in the meantime, they sat north, and they've made a hard eastern wraparound to the southern side of the circle. They do find Gluttony as well, and that's gonna be their entry to the circle, I would suppose. Teams in the meantime spots one from Rage. Will he spot the other? I'm not sure. He heard the audible cue, so they know they're down there, and Heroic now fully committed to this fight.
Go Futbolist moving in and thoroughly stopped there by those frag grenades to begin with. We also have Northern Lights, unfortunately, third partying that. And when you have a determined BBL with an awful lot of nades and a Northern Lights that have you in their sights, you're getting deleted pretty quick.
We talk about puffer fishing when you're not that many people, but you want to make it seem like you're a lot of people. What's the animal that can make you look like you're fewer than you are?
Oh, so like a really, really dangerous animal
what's
that looks
the
harmless.
opposite? What's the opposite? A koala? I don't even know where I'm going with this, but
dude,
I feel like we should have a terminology for it.
Like, seriously, koalas are vicious little, like, I actually can't say the word I'm about to say on stream. They look so cute and cuddly, and I think my dad at one point when I was really young picked one up because it looked so cute and basically got scratched half to death in about half a second. They move quick when they want to, man.
Yeah, they're dangerous ones. Clip, once again, active with the MK in hand, trying to see what more damage he can do before they will eventually have to move. Those find one. Spiro finds one from Rage as well, as they start falling apart. Trouble brewing for Team Rage, as they thought they had a safe access to the circle, but they lose 3 in transition.
And this is the part of the game where any rotation is a dangerous one now. So many teams just holding out what they think are good positions. Northern Lights actually starting to farm a little bit. They're They're not really in any compound or anything like that. They're just happy to hold this ridge line. And with BBL out of the compound now as well, there might be an opportunity for them to get a couple of kills in.
I just gotta give a shout out to Caleris for DMing me and saying a camouflaged octopus. I think that's a very, very, very good animal. It's a little difficult to kind of put it into PUBG terminology.
Well,
that it all becomes maritime all of a sudden, but I like it. I like it. Camouflaged octopus.
When they reveal themselves, generally speaking, they are better at running away, to be fair, octopi. But at the same time, like, I think it's a good analogy. And to be fair, if they wanted to fight, they would mess you up. They would absolutely mess you up. Okay. Yeah, I can take that. I appreciate that.
Sense. So when two teams are pushing the same compound at the same time, is that octo pushing?
Hey, no, that would be 8 teams pushing, obviously.
Oh, I mean...
Scrims game 6.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking in player terms, but either way, let's ignore the animals for a while. The only animals we have on server right now is Entropiq. At least they're acting like ones, because they are killing. They're feasting on everyone else in the server. We did lose one on them, but they have 3 kills already. Now they found one more knock here as well. Matt, in the meantime, howling his way on forward, does get flashed, falls down on his knees here as Thunder has something to say about this push.
Wow, beautiful flashbang, by the way, pretty much on top of the Mad, forcing him to be blind for God knows how long, and that's sufficient to go ahead and grab themselves the point. SKADE is going to move away, and I think that is the wise choice in this way. He's going to move away via a drop. He's thinking about it. That is bait if I've ever seen it, but he does successfully move past. The problem is, Northern Lights will absolutely hear this coming. Well, they're going to see it in a sec too.
That is,
no.
This is how to get 3 points. This is a point delivery, essentially.
Loop delivery.
And, maybe utility delivery as well. We'll see if they get saluted or not. Hibako in the meantime peeks on over. Mika finds the second. Reg in trouble as they're met by the Thunder. Metabay tries to force them back, but doesn't seem like Thunder that easy to push.
We've got Reg now coming up behind, trying to be a little bit sneaky. They heard the Thunder, conversely, but it's actually Miko who still managed to stop them with a headshot as well. On the other side of the circle, we can see Team Liquid pushing up relatively close by to where BBL are. It looks like they're both going to disengage for the time being as the Thunder-Reg fight continues to be very, very passive, if I can say so myself. Doubles knocked, but no one's pushing in on it.
Yeah, Mika and Hibako would really want to get this over with fast, because as long as BBL and Liquid got something to do with one another, finally, there you go, the kills, those come through. As long as that's happening, they have space to take these fights, but whenever BBL opts to turn around, go down towards them, they don't want to get third-partied. Now over towards Entropiq. Again, very good positioning from the 3-man team here. Do they opt to push inside the longhouse, or are they wrapping around? They know that the circle is going to force Road to Glory to leave eventually anyway, so it might be a better play to stay outside.
What a nade, by the way. What a nade. I mean, Blue and Spiro, unfortunately, both going to go down to Sakura. Zensen there as Tekers comes in to clean up. Needs to be slightly wary of what's going on there, so that's Northern Lights out for this game. We now have Mika turning his attention to BBL. Feels like BBL have had everyone in their sights at some point, and this is now a problem because they're on a very low ground position. Everyone on the high ground, both sides, can potentially see them. So they need Team Liquid and Thunder to fight them, because if they don't, BBL are screwed.
I was just going to say, BBL very dependent on the one team that isn't pushing to hold off the other.
Yep.
In the meantime, Entropiq, well, I don't think QB is up for rest here, unfortunately. Nope, he will fall dead, able to secure that one. But look, Roxanade up still wanting to clear this one up before they push further forward. Because again, I mean, having to make this downhill push into the circle is going to be practically suicide anyway. Nail up. Does he spot him on the roof? Yes, he does. Gets the angle first, gets the shot connected, but instantly shot in the back as well. Needs to heal, needs to play time, needs to play safe. Will he be allowed to, though? 5 HP? No! One comes out from the back. Let's see if the second one comes as well. Yes, he does! Salik finds both.
And Salik, so often the talisman for his team, manages to grab both of those points. Super critical there. We're now reaching crunch time here in match number 8. Let's see where the next zone goes. It's more or less going to be a perfect donut. Tekers chilling out in the middle.
Salik tried to heal that one out. Not gonna happen. In the meantime, Fex and FaZe Clan still 4 alive again. massive phase 3 southern rotation they made in order to make their way in from the southern side, the arguably more passive side of the circle, as we saw all kinds of chaos commence over the past 2 circles up on the north side. So still 4 players alive, not that many kills just yet, but still plenty of players allowed to take out.
And here's another replay. Oh, I love this.
Ooh. The bounce.
The bounce and the roll onto Odin there from Futbolist. Great stuff there from FaZe. Now, they can't really push in because of the nature of this open field, realistically. But then again, Lyron's got nowhere to go either.
No way at all. And unfortunately, he's just about 20 meters outside the circle, so I'm not sure what the play is here. The good thing for FaZe right now is no one is trying to punish FaZe for looking this way, because, I mean, really no one can punish FaZe for looking this way. Lyron, only one more smoke left. We'll see if this little trail is gonna grant him anything, but I think he's gonna need an additional 15 smokes to cross that safely, and even that would be a potential only. I was just gonna say, unless if you can find something. Fex looks away for a second. Lyron punishes.
23 bandages remaining for Lyron, so, you know, I guess he's got a little bit of a supply. The problem is the blue zone might have other ideas. Bex getting knocked down by him. We'll see if he can secure the point for his team. Futbolist trying very, very hard to maximize their points haul here. They're out. Is Fex gonna get revived? It looks like he is.
Rostenmar is full speeding forward here. They saw that there was a player knocked from FaZe Clan, and they want to take land while that's happening. In the meantime, BBL and Team Liquid, they would have to fight eventually, and here it comes.
Smash gets a beautiful headshot onto Mixie to start things off, and that's advantage BBL, maximizing the advantage with a second knock as well. And then Smash comes in and absolutely annihilates Vard 2. Wow, that was such a quick wipe from BBL.
Smash C, smash. I mean, he is absolutely insane. 1v3 and that push on up there. Very, very, very quick reaction, because those players were spread out too, so head on a swivel, spots all of them, takes them out too, and now ENCE. Well, Rostenmar got up close, and now they're denying the entry for FaZe Clan. Rostenmar got up close, takes what Alia might be the ones to get the kills here, but it's Rostenmar's presence up close that forced FaZe to make the play around, essentially into their own death. So very heads-up play by ENCE once more, once again find themselves on the top 3 on Miramar.
Sakura Zensen, who had that shack in the middle of the zone, has now been eliminated. A molly got chucked in there, so they are out. And this means that we've got NAVI, BBL, and ENCE as your final 3 teams. ENCE with a trio, everybody else with a full 4-man stack. And ENCE on the east side, pretty chill. BBL and NAVI, on the other hand, are more or less sucking on each other at this point with the barrels of a gun. This is not ideal for them. They need to find a way to make their utility count, but they're still, I feel like they're too far, Toby, to just loose their grenades and hope that it gets a knock. They want to be closer. They need more info to do that, right?
Yeah, we'll see Alia, perfect angle there, finds 2 on towards FaZe. And yes, I agree. I mean, I gotta say, I love the fact that NAVI disengaged off of that. Again, you don't want to be the team to get third-partied, and they knew that the ENCE has got all the space in the world down to the hillside towards the east. If they take the fight to BBL here, that's going to be ENCE backfilling, and both these 2 teams on the hilltop getting taken down. So, fall back off. Force BBL to be the ones to make the aggressive play. Do you go up towards ENCE in the north, or do you aggress towards NAVI? Because, I mean, again, if BBL says, we want to run down the hill towards NAVI, there's a better chance that they can finish that fight fast than if BBL and NAVI takes the fight on the hills up against one another. So smart play from NAVI to disengaging, understanding the situation there.
And ENCE now, they need to get, once they get into circle, I'm just trying to work out if they get close enough, how much of a ridge have they got? If they don't even get there at all, hardly masses as well. Squeaky getting lost in that rotation. That is very, very big there. ENCE now down to a duo, and suddenly they can't really be active here anymore. So they're just going to be trying to third party.
Exactly. They knew that ENCE would have to make a play off the ridge line eventually, and now they're making them pay for it. BBL opting to wrap around the other side here. They still do, I want to maintain some sort of high ground position, and you can see Thunderlost is still up there, so not giving it up completely, because if Example is allowed to come up and take over, BBL could easily be in trouble. We've seen what Rostenmar have done before. We've seen what Tixu could do as a solo as well. These guys still very dangerous despite only being 2 alive.
Looking for that, well, really looking for the double headshot with the Midi 14. There is Rostenmar. You can see he's in zone. 25 seconds left to go until, I mean, he's still in zone once phase 7 collapses. He needs to hope that BBL and NAVI engage in some sort of full-on warfare before Phase 8 starts closing in. He's playing for time right now and hoping that NAVI are positioning themselves in a more aggressive way. But right now, they're happy staying put.
Yeah. Where, oh where does this next circle take us? Let's see. Who is it gonna favor? Well, BBL gets to stay on the hillside. NAVI currently the ones to have to make a play here. Rustan, you'd assume, is going to have to try to somehow make a play up towards Tixu. Not sure if that's going to be possible, not depending on how much NAVI is going to commit to kind of disallow for that transition. But he is going back down towards the vehicle, and I would assume that once he's in that, going here, shots are going to be fired from NAVI. So Rustan just taking it a bit up closer, wanting to try and see if he can find the knock before making the move.
NAVI continuing to play this passive. Everyone just trying to force the other teams to fight each other right now. Almost the
hit him.
law of PUBG. Ketpa needs to find a bit of water and needs to do it quickly. What an amazing headshot knock from Tendelos. To be fair, the Mark 14 helped with that quite a bit. But suddenly, I think the tinderbox has just been opened.
Yeah. Tixu eager for the flush there, wanted to allow for Rustan to make a play forward. Rustan though has caught Millman in the compound. Issue is he's up against the bolt. One good shot from Millman, and that's Rustan down. But right now he is doing a good job at containing. He is the solo player left alive now though, and everyone knows that he's the one to have to make the move first. So do you play for a potential second, hoping that the two other teams fight one another? Wow. Or do you keep on taking shots? Rustan Mines is the question right there. Finds Millman, gets the flush on him as well. And for some reason, we're seeing Alia run down towards him here. Or Quizzy make that. Sorry, wanted to make a play. The Rustan does go out in the end of it. And now it's a 3v4. The numbers in favor of BBL.
Very interesting stuff here. NAVI was in a favorable position before. BBL now with the numbers advantage, and NAVI having to rotate into them too. ENCE playing the spoiler as the setup to this fight. Of course, NAVI an extremely dangerous team, but not when the flanks are this good. Smash unseen there, manages to get the free headshot onto Example. Buying code Marco, time to flank around.
BBL trying to wrap, but Example is there, ready and waiting. Chrono down. Tendelos does find one, though. Smash finds the second. Continuing the way that they took down teams early on BBL. Off of two tough first games today, get themselves an 11-kill win.
And Big Boss Alive doing extremely well there. A little bit of a statement of intent to say, you know what, guys? Don't just talk about Entropiq. We're here to play as well. And Smash in particular had some fantastic plays in that game.
Oh, he was phenomenal. The 1v3 against Liquid to allow for them to make that initial push up the hillside at first. That's really what set them up perfectly there. I gotta say, I mean, again, massive respect not only for NAVI to wrap back off the hillside, but for BBL to not overcommit to try and chase them down. That gave them the position. Yes, the final circle went in their favor, but still, it was a hard-fought one and they earned it.
So that was Miramar. We've got Erangel up next, but first, let's chuck it back to the desk and see what they thought of that game.
I mean, what I thought was that BBL decided, I think it was like early game that they were taking this. They were so aggressive from the get-go going in. However, eventually, I actually thought NAVI was going to take that. They were playing very passively, just waiting for BBL and ENCE to kind of fight it out. How did that not work out for NAVI?
Rustan. It's that simple. He obviously he kind of destroyed it there. They had an anchor player on the backside in the red brick building or the gym, and he managed to get a knock and a flush on it. Alia tried to kind of convince him otherwise, but then having a 4 versus 3, especially with teams that are so equally skilled in terms of mechanical, then if you start out getting a knock, you're gonna get refragged. You need to get 2 knocks to open up everything, and they had a perfect pincer maneuver on them too here, so it was just perfectly played. Also, I was really impressed with how BBL actually managed to get into this circle that well. They had Liquid on the high ground above them in the compound that could gatekeep them. Northern Lights moved away from him. Thunder was in there. REGNUM was on the high ground on the east side. So they could have potentially been mega gatekept, but they didn't, and they managed to win the game. It was super impressive.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, very, very good stuff. This felt to me like the game that could have been for some of the teams, considering how close it was from the previous circles leading into this one as well. You're seeing Northern Lights get a few cheeky ones here and there, but eventually these are teams that other teams had to move through. You saw Sakura Zensen take up residence where Northern Lights was, and then, as you say, BBL really able to cover their angles as they approach this circle, which might have been a bit tricky for some of the other teams moving forwards. But for Navi, I mean, they were sat around in Junkyard area for the last 23 minutes or something like that. So
the last 23 circles they were in Junkyard. The last 2 games and a half. No, obviously they were there for a long time, but the hard thing with Junkyard is actually to be able to defend it, and they managed to do so. Nobody gate-kept them coming out of the Junkyard. Nobody breached them. They were able to stay there for a very long time. Also because the circles played out so well for them. Here, BBL obviously taking Liquid down was super impressive. Smash having a fantastic game got me screaming and laughing because he's on my team, and he's obviously the #1 kill leader coming out of G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals, so I expected him to do well, and now BBL stepped up after 3 actually quite bad games, at a 15th on the 15th and the 13th. So this was really the time for BBL to step it up here. Let's go! You can hear that. I love that.
It is interesting when you say about BBL stepping up. Obviously, Navi, we're starting to see them there as well, and it is something that we've seen a lot of. There we go. Just supporting the team. And you'll see it now on the match standings as well. A lot of these invited teams are starting to dominate the final fights. Those names are starting to pop up. Why is that happening, Kalaris?
I mean, better circles for them to start things off here. Like, circles that allowed them a bit more opportunity and possibility, I think is fair to say. As well as, you know, just a willingness to stay calm, stay cool in these kinds of moments. I mean, if you look at where ENCE was, for example, ENCE was hedging their bets on a very similar compound, in fact, the same compound in the previous game, but the circle didn't quite go that way. So it did work out for them here, but then coming up onto the high ground on the west side of the compound is difficult. Well done, Avenger. Yes, you can have your smash win.
That's great. No, I'm happy for BBL here. This puts them in third very likely, and sets them up nice. They are obviously a great team. Another invited team here, as you said. Oh, Thendalos is there. Thendalos has been extremely impressive coming into this tournament. Obviously, Rustam also with a little bit of a jump in there. 6 kills with 600 damage is extremely efficient. I think he was able to steal 1 or 2 kills maybe. So overall, Smash really putting it in there. Good to see for BBL here.
I'm going to give this to you because I have a funny feeling, Avenger, that your boy is going to be MVP. So obviously great for you, for the Fantasy League, and also vindicates that decision to pick him.
I will say this, even though that my fantasy team is in shambles, having the #1 and the #4 kill leaders from Season 5 Grand Finals makes every single sense and every single bit there is. Obviously, Smash is the MVP, but like, this is the most recent bigger tournament, right? It would make sense having these guys. They were only 30k. They were cheap. And then Corexi, I feel like he's one of the most picked players as well, due to him being 30k and him being #4 kill leader for PGC 2021.
We are going to be moving to Erangel next, but first we're going to take a quick break. So go refresh your drinks, and we'll see you soon.
A new 7.62 assault rifle, the return to Senok's former glory, and new items hitting ranked games. All this and more as we dive into the update 17.1 patch report. First up, there's a new AR in town. The Ace 32 is a new fall auto assault rifle that utilizes 7.62 ammunition and boasts a high stability for its ammo type. While a bit lower on the per bullet damage side of things, the Ace is highly customizable, accepting muzzle, magazine, and even stock attachments, while accepting up to a 6x scope. The goal with the Ace 32 is a reliable 7.62 alternative to the M4, so pick one up on your next drop and let us know how it feels. Parts of the world may have just pushed clocks forward, but we're turning them back on Sanhok. That's right, after much feedback and a countless supply of rollback Sanhok hashtags, the original small map is a battleground once again. The jammer pack and decoy grenade have been removed as well. However, you'll still find tactical gear and other items that are set to spawn across all maps. Check out the patch notes for a full list. To welcome the original Sanhok back, we've dropped it back into this update's map rotation. However, ranked matches will stay on Erangel, Miramar, and Tago for now. And speaking of ranked, a new season begins this update as well. The P90, Ace 32, M79, and the mountain bike have all been added to the item pool, so grab some new gear and see how high you can climb. There's a bit more to the patch that we haven't gone over here, but as always, you can check out the patch notes for full details. Update 17.1 is here, so pick up an ace and grab some melted butter, because the lobster building and old Sanhok are back. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The teams are gearing up to go to Erangel, but we are going to take a look at the standings now after 3 games for day 2, and there we have it. What do we think about that, Avenger?
It's a tie on second place. That's quite impressive, and also a little bit of a separation still, but Entropiq obviously not having as good of a game as before, so now 24 points only from the shared second place up to first. So still like a good game and another bad game for Entropiq, and they close the gap. But then again, it's only day number 2 of 6. We have plenty of games to go.
So, Carlos, interestingly enough, we spoke a lot yesterday about how many of the qualified teams were sitting in the top 8, other than SKADE, who obviously is a lot of Team Liquid previous players. They have all now dropped down to the other side of the leaderboard. Something you were expecting as we moved into the competition a bit more?
I think it's fair to kind of expect that, yeah. I think that there obviously is an opportunity for people to shake things up in Europe, but when it comes to true consistency and the fact that we're in a tournament where it is going to be 30 games, you're really going to have to also live up to that same expectation as some of these big names up at the top, and that is difficult. But yeah, LT obviously find themselves a great little spot. So does ENCE, so does NAVI here so far. I think my surprise is that Team Liquid's fallen a little bit across these 3 games, but I'm expecting to see them have a little bit of a rise in the next 2 games.
We'll have to wait and see. Avenger, Heroic, I mean, I'm going to have to call them out because coming into this, they were definitely a lot of the fan favorites. And I understand having bad circles. I get all of that. But we're now halfway through day number 2. This is not a position fans want to see the team in. I'm sure they don't want to see it either.
It's like I kind of feel like I have to defend them being down here, but I agree. There is no excuse. They're 14th right now, 29, but still, it's only 16 points up to 8th place. It's one good game, and they're still kind of hanging on a little bit. But just to jump back onto what we were talking about again, we're back to 6 teams that are jumping in to the top of our invited teams, right? And this is around the number that we would expect. I will say this though, I did not expect 2 qualified teams to be in the absolute top after 8 games.
I mean, Entropiq has performed really well. I am surprised by SKADE, but Entropiq, we've seen this in G-Loot Season 5 as well. So are you saying that you are surprised to see them sitting on the top there?
No, I'm very surprised to see 2 qualified teams be in the very top.
As we move into Erangel, do you think that the leaderboard is going to change up a little bit, Kalaris? Do you think that that map is going to make a difference after what we saw in day number 1?
It really depends, again, on the circles and playing path, right? I think that 2 out of our 3 Erangels yesterday were rough for some of these teams. All you had to do was look at the circle that was north of Primos and see how BBL was rotating far, far west to compounds that, realistically speaking, in circle 1, probably weren't going to survive into the circles later on in the game, and then they're having to make some of these hard transitions. And we actually spoke to Entropiq yesterday, who Nail-Up, in fact, who was like, yeah, this was our biggest challenge, dealing with BBL coming from that side. They dealt with them very nicely. So let's see how the circles are going to play out. That's already a nice plan.
Kalaris wants evil circles. Jorisar. Toby, how about you?
Thank you very much, Sam. I mean, we're always waiting for the milli circles, right? But since we're clearly not going to get one off of this plane path, Toby, let's go Zaki. Let's fulfill your dream here, shall we?
There's only, I mean, I'm loving that you're saying it, because there's only 2 places I haven't had the chance to cast a game in. It's Saki
and the islands.
Miramar Islands. Yeah, I feel like everywhere else we've been at one point or another. But yes, I mean, the Saki circle, if it happens, I'm all for it. If not, and we were to have a favorite choosing of with like where this plane path is,
yeah,
I would like to see a south of shooting range. You know what a plane crash ending? Plane crash ending. That's something I haven't seen in a while. Whenever we head on up to shooting range, we either go into shooting range or like northwest of down into that valley. So a proper plane crash ending. I think it's been a while. I would like to see it.
I'll add one to the mix. We're not going to get it this game. I don't think I've ever cast a Kameshki ending. Ever.
Okay, I've had those a couple of times, but they are very rare. They are very rare. So maybe this time, maybe not. I mean, again, there are only so many things we can really we
want all of them at once. We've only got 2 games, man.
We're saving those for the final week. I mean, that's how it is, obviously, right? But this one, very straightforward, but at the same time, it comes with a little chance that it could go south into military, which would make for, obviously, an incredibly spicy first circle.
So,
second circle.
The circle that we didn't discuss. We have the circle that goes down to Millie Island and bounces back up again. That one's pretty evil, and technically, it's possible for that to happen here.
It's the one circle we said literally could not happen. It's I like to see it. It's usually when you say that something definitely 100% isn't possible that tends to happen anyway. So
I don't know, man. I'm not that bad. Okay, maybe I am sometimes. Maybe.
In any case, everyone spread out nicely. That's why we are allowed to have a fun time talking about some of these teams. And well, Team Rage getting looted on up. It hasn't. I would say it hasn't been the top day for them so far today. They did get some good placement point games, but the kills haven't quite been there to follow up, which is usually something that Team Rage is very good at finding. It's normally the other way around. The placement points don't really come through, but they get all the kills. It hasn't quite been the case this time so far.
Well, another team that have managed to catch all the way up to them and then some, currently sitting in joint second place, is SKADE. I mean, these guys, depending on the tournament, sometimes you could argue they've been a bit hit and miss, but they're certainly on the ball this time around. They've been very, very strong in the last couple of games. They might have had a quieter start to this tournament, Toby, but honestly, as it goes on, it feels like they're just getting stronger and stronger.
And that's the thing, right? You have a team where, I mean, regardless of the individual player experience, because oh my lord, does this team have a lot, if not some of the most on the server. Regardless of individual player experience, we still have to get molded together. We still have to know exactly what everyone is doing in any given situation, because that's the only way we can compete against the very best in Europe, in EMEA, and in the world, really. And yes, while the results in previous tournaments might not have been the very top of everything, I feel like we're now starting to see what could and most likely will be a very high caliber SKADE, because when you put that many talented players on one roster with that much playing experience, there's no way they're going to zero out. And now they've kind of started dialing in on how like each and every one of them are doing in fights and whatnot. That's them being really scary. The only thing I would say is what we talked about in the previous game too, in situations where they aren't fast enough to regroup. But again, I feel like that's also something that's going to be overcome in time. We need to know exactly where we have each other, how do people react on different things. That's something that comes with time, and I think there's only one way for SKADE, and that's in a better direction, which they're already at.
They sometimes feel for me like they're very confidence-based. So if they have 5 bad games in a row, it's unlikely their 6th game is going to suddenly pop off out of nowhere. But you give them 1 or 2 good games and you just dangle that in front of them, and suddenly they're like, you know what? We can take everyone on in this lobby, and it wouldn't be surprising to see them get 3 top 3s in a row, for example. But at the moment, they're very much on the ascendancy. They're just north of Pachinki. We can see people starting to move into circle. Most teams don't have far to go because it is relatively central. So we're not about to see that high level of drama, with one possible exception. There's Double. There's his bike. Have fun.
Double, you are currently, I believe, coming into last game, he was the best value for money player in all of this tournament on the Twire page. Obviously, the reason that I picked him because I knew that was going to happen. But please don't die now, because I'm going to get minus points if you do. So by all means, get out of there. Stay safe at least for the next 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And then everything's going to be good.
He was actually just pre-rotating to the Gatka Fields ending.
That's
3,000 IQ.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. He's safely out of there, guys. Don't worry. We did have a game yesterday on Erangel where it took, I want to say it was 13:42, if I remember correctly, the first death. So people are quite used to their rotations. They know what's going on. They know how to use the cover. They're saving their utility. Generally speaking, players here, a little bit more calm compared to Miramar.
We're seeing the center of the circle right now that quite a few teams are trying to get a piece of. The thing is, NAVI, currently incredibly split. Mitrailleur's pulling up with a pistol in hand. You've got to feel like that's him not expecting to run into anything.
Oh, he's got a reload optional.
Yep, now he does, but pulling up in the compound with a pistol in hand, that had me a little worried. Now, obviously, they're aware that their opponent's nearby. The thing is, NAVI is in a 2-1-1 split right now. They aren't all here. Mailman is now trying to get into a better position to get a good angle, but Quizzy has not been able to join the team. But now you see him on your minimap in the bottom right corner, trying to make his way up here, but is it too little, too late?
Alya getting the first bit of damage done, but getting to a point where he has to reload the M4, and that's why he's trading space for time right now. Melman's outside, so Alya moving out here is all right. Tries to perfectly cook the nade to bounce off the wall, but no one's on the balcony to rescue him. And Mixie comes in as a third body. Team Liquid have heard the commotion, and they've said, yeah, I'd like some of this.
Liquid are in a wide split too, though, so can't over-aggress on this, because if Mexi falls and the 4th team opts to see what's happening in the center of the circle, thinking that there might be some free real estate available, that could, I don't want to say easily, but that could very well be Mexi and Vart fall in too. So we'll see. We saw just quickly there, FAZE rotating on the back end of the screen. They're making their way south around here, and again, a team that is very not discouraged when they hear other teams fighting early on, especially if it's before positions that could be better for you. FAZE are close by, and BBL are in the nearby vicinity too.
You have to res Melman, otherwise someone dies before the 14-minute mark, Quizzy. You have to go for it.
I thought you were going to go with, or else I get minus points, but I was like, you don't have Melman.
No, I don't have Melman. I don't have Melman. But I don't want Melman to die.
Well, we talked about FAZE and the potential of them engaging on a fight that's already happening before them, and, well, it sure looks like you want to at least peek on over and see what's on the other side. Fex now finds Code Marco. That is elsewhere. They're far down south, the BBL team, so FAZE fan engaging on multiple teams at the same time here.
That's literally the safest place on the map to get a revive in, and Odin does go down. 8 minutes and 9 seconds. Entropiq is actually nail up getting that knock and then immediately moving back. He gets the point and goes, I don't want to overstay my welcome. We've managed to get one down. Let's go ahead and regroup with my team. Smart play by Nailab.
It's insane that they get to do that. I mean, Nailab is the one pulling up on them. He comes up going, oh, wait, there's a whole team here. Let me just kill one of you in a 1v4 and go, no, I'm good. You can have it. I just wanted to get a point real quick to start.
I just want a point. I don't need a wipe.
Off again.
Exactly.
He was in the middle of splitting into that position, gets pulled up on by an entire team, still comes out, finds one, and gets to disengage again. That is, that's incredible.
Not greedy at all. Futbolist down to 3. Pretty much every team in circle, by the way. If you want to know what ENCE's split looks like right now, they've got 2 on Everest, 1 in Rozhok, and 1 outside of Yasnaya. Like that is the widest split I have seen in a while.
This is 2020 Gen G strats, or maybe 2019 Shift W strats. They were usually doing it from the south, though. I like the idea, though. They right now, I mean, they're setting up a highway, essentially. They're setting up a highway.
They're going in?
Potential to play a Navi in the meantime, not wanting to stick around any longer. They found Mert. Now they know they have the numbers advantage, but every single push that involves staircases are always terrible.
And we've got but we've got the DBS on the ground floor this time. You see, it's not upstairs looking down, it's downstairs looking up. Is that going to make any sort of change? Mert has been revived. A lot of smokes have come down from Navi, but I think maybe it's just a little bit not fast enough to make their way upstairs.
Good thing for these two teams is that they're sitting in the center compound, so they don't have to go for a while. Unless, if we're going military now, he said, as it happened before everyone's eyes.
Yoink. No.
As a matter of fact, we're just full-on magneting in on the compound that we're seeing here. So if they want to, Navi and Team Rage could sit around for a little while longer. And if they're really smart and they stay quiet, maybe another team will come in and say hello.
They heard the memo. They were like, no one's allowed to die before the 14-minute mark.
Yeah.
And sadly, someone's died elsewhere, so never mind. We've got HOWL now in rotation. This is south of Potato Hill. They're being shot at the moment by RTG. And now we've got other teams moving in on this position as well. Team Liquid aren't too far, but it looks like they're able to get west of Potato Hill without anyone getting knocked.
I was gonna say it could be fun if they went down into that compound too. I don't think that's gonna happen now. They're sitting on Shot Hills. Makes perfect sense. Go further up, get some high ground, get some vision, and see what you're up for. Because they came in late from the east, so they have they're essentially going into unscouted territory. So spread out, get some knowledge on what's happening around you, and then set up shop where you see fit. We see them and SKADE actually right now kind of contesting the same buildings here. Full speed forward. They go. 2 guys out of the car already. 3 make that. EP Gemty quick to turn around. Gemty does hit a fence, though. Will he be allowed to drive through the field and escape this? I feel like that fence alone should grant him the cover he needs to get away.
Using the hay bale as well to break the line of sight for a moment while he moves into the trenches with the rest of his team. So SKADE not able to take those farmhouses east of Pachinki. HOWL will grab those, anticipating that the circle is going to shift northwest. So we're getting a little bit of an insight here into what the teams are thinking. So that's going to be very interesting to see how well that pans out. Northern Lights in the meantime. Batulins, will you stop it? You naughty boy.
It's so rude. I mean, it's like a mosquito, but the mosquito can sting you from a kilometer away. That's how annoying it is for people to be like occupied with something and then having this happen. In the meantime, Sakura Zensen and him and Tegas, they are very not Tegas, Nixie, I believe it is, very alone up here because both Tegas and Salty are currently still in the compounds up north, but that doesn't matter. Nixie, double headshot connected, Batulins instantly found. How is NLT gonna respond to this? Are they expecting this to be a full team? Because Sakura Zensen is making it sure look like that it is one, and I think they're gonna disengage of it. Aggressive play from a duo.
Interesting there. So they're disengaging off the back of that. I thought NLT were going to collapse in to try and defend Batulins there, but they're actually saying, you know what? We don't know if that's one team. We don't know if someone else might be coming in off the back of that. We don't have enough information to be completely confident about this fight. Let's go ahead and rotate. The problem they have is that pretty much everywhere in front of them that's in circle has been taken by someone, if not multiple teams, in a short space of time. This is not somewhere you want to live in the long term.
Also, to add to it, I mean, it helps me prove that I know what I'm talking about when the players do what I say that I expect them to do. The way that Sakura Zensen and Northern Lights, I mean, I've been comparing them a lot. I still want to give Northern Lights the kind of the upper hand in the comparison simply because they have that much more on paper in terms of what they've achieved.
Sure,
but
of course.
It's so obvious to me that it's those two teams ending up fighting where they are, because where Tegas and Nixie were sitting, that would usually be the approach that Northern Lights would take to a circle like this. Like, Northern Lights would rarely, if ever, like never, I should say, be in the center of this. But they just got pushed down there by Sakura Zensen, who is essentially playing the exact same playstyle. So it makes perfect sense to me that that would be Sakura Zensen opting to essentially duplicate what Northern Lights would normally do.
They are super close to the center of the circle, but that bowl that Northern Lights is sat in is so shallow and so wide that, honestly, the moment one or two teams gets visibility on them, you're just using all of your smokes until you run out and die. So I really want to see them either kill everyone who even peeked them or maybe find somewhere else to call home. I don't know what the solution is for them at the moment, but they're surviving. That's the important thing. They've got 3 players left alive. We're at the 14-minute mark now of this game. Still 62 players in this lobby. This is going to get very, very intense very quickly.
Yep. Quincy peeking on over, realizing that now there's more teams joining in. Forced to hop back down. Look, Rooks in the meantime, in all of Entropiq, obviously they know that the next circle is going to be shifting away from the water, so they can't stay here forever. But they're looking for the team up close, and that is FAZE. FAZE is in a wide 2-1-1 split, though, so if they find HC, I mean, unless if Gustav goes absolutely crazy and takes down 2, that should be Entropiq with a somewhat safe spot to go forward. Now, wait, at least HC's been found, or he's been heard and seen. Bullets have been connected, but what does HC do from here? Because right now, he's playing 1v4 PUBG.
And that's an 8.5. 44 damage. Lukaruk's insta-healing again, so that if another nade comes through, it maximizes his chances to survive. Alia with the DBS still sat downstairs, saying, why don't you guys come down and play? And Team Raid saying, you know what? I think we're good up here, thanks. We've got these rooms paid for overnight. Come talk to us when it's time for breakfast. No
one's in a hurry to... It's a staircase. It is the staircase, and only the staircase that... Just in general, every 2 like multiple floor buildings, when you have to try and push those, it comes with the not necessarily like not risk, but just the percentage going so much in favor of the team on the receiving end of the push. So it makes perfect sense to me that neither of these 2 teams want to make the aggressive play. Believe me, they would both want to have this compound to themselves, because that would allow for them to split out into the buildings and whatnot. But it's all about patience, or who is the more impatient one. Right now, well, seems like it's NAVI. Fortunately, Quizzy can throw a flashbang and denies team to run up the stairs.
And I also think both of these teams have basically used almost all of their lethal utility. So at the very beginning of this engagement, we saw Molotovs, we saw grenades. I don't really think they're available anymore, honestly, from both sides. And that's why this is at such a zugzwang right now. Neither team wants to move because so much utility has already been used. Oh, wow. As soon as I say that, there we go.
Yep. Here they come. 3 players upstairs. Millman's still downstairs, not having opted to make the aggressive play. In before all of NAVI gets upstairs, all of the players upstairs jump out the window, and then they just swap
downstairs.
Places. Then they just swap places and sit there again. In before. Circle in the meantime, hard shifts northwest. You can see it on your minimap there as well. This compound is now on the very edge of what will be the 5th phase. So, this fight is going to have to happen eventually, or someone's going to have to try and get out of here.
We'll find out if Team Rage end up going downstairs. That compound they're fighting for is now on the edge of the circle because it's a 10 o'clock hard shift towards Pachinki. Entropiq full sending it towards where SKADE are right now. They're going to get a very rude awakening indeed. They're saying, hey, are the trenches free? Well, Pixlick's about to tell you. Oh, they actually get out of the cars before they get shot at. This means they have a chance.
QB with the mid-air knock. Nail up to find the second. Ruin to find the third. Now he tries to stay put, but SKADE. I don't want to say that that's what I've been saying, but not fast enough in regrouping, not ready for the push to come, and they get torn apart.
I'm surprised there, Toby, because yes, in that position, when you hear the vehicles, you would have thought they would have had like sprays already on the cars by the time they got to within 50 meters of you. So SKADE there, having to fight that battle once everyone from Entropiq was there and out of the car. That's a big advantage for Entropiq.
Up in the meantime now, wants to get further forward. Diggory needs to get a helping hand though, as he got knocked on down. Hirusen trying to stay put and hold off as best as he can. Solo player now left alive with double going down. Quizzy gets knocked as well. Now ENCE fully committed here into the trenches as well, going up against Entropiq.
NAVI upstairs. Team Rage, they haven't jumped down yet, Toby. Still an option. Still a possible strategy. Flashbang coming down. Alia gets knocked by Lazar and looks like he's not going to be able to get revived as well. Example looking to trade. Oh no, they have their back to him there. Can NAVI turn this fight around?
Metralius falls down. Shotgun comes in. Mailman can't connect the first one. Shots come through the second time around as well. Let's see. Mailman finds the second, peeks on forward. Gets the first shot. Does lose one in return though. Mailman falls, but so does Example. Mailman now one, but it just misses it and goes down. Lazar attacks Schofield. Not gonna matter. They will get the reses. And look at this, not taking any casualties. 0 flushes coming through. Team Rage survives.
And there's no one third partying this either, by the way. FaZe Clan are still close, but they're not close enough to make it count. Oh my goodness. Team Rage is going to survive that fight with 4 players left alive. Unlike Road to Glory, who are currently struggling, they got Team Liquid on the downside of the hill to them. They've got Spiro upstairs and Northern Lights sniping them. This is not a good place to be with 2 left alive.
Liquid right now very much dependent on Team Rage not pushing north around, because that would make things very difficult for them. Spiro through the window finds one. Will he get a second as well? 2 tags comes in. Can't quite find the third. Wants to get more points off of this game. Obviously still outside of placement points. Only a 2-point game for Northern Lights so far. Wants to commit to the rest. Now will he have time to get it off though? There's gonna be 1 tick, 2 HP, but gets it off.
He needs this knock. He needs it now. He's going to have to insta-heal. Down to 40. This is intense for Northern Lights. They have not had the best game. Not the best start to Erangel so far. And now they're playing a game where they are just trying to out-heal the blue. Not a good thing. Oh, 35 when he started healing there. Has he managed to do it? Just. But we've got Team Liquid and Vard, actually, as soon as he misses this, gets out of this position. BNR gets headshot. It's Vard I'm watching.
Yeah. Vard just waiting. I mean, he knows exactly where he is, and with the shots coming through now on the vehicle too, I think Spiro is counting his days. But if he could get just 1 more point off it, not gonna happen though. 1 body shot connects. Spiro falls down to the blue. No point given there. Now BBL full speed forward coming into FaZe Clan.
Here we go. FaZe Clan have opted to move away from the east position. They go into BBL instead, but 2 members down very early on. FaZe Clan down to Gustav now only, and multiple members of BBL have eyes on him. However, the flashbang makes it in his favor, and as a result, it's him versus Smash. Smash still over the next ridge. He's going, where are these guys going? I'm just going to go ahead and flush. What's happening?
Smash peeked over them, realized, wait, this is a whole other team, and here comes Heroic full speed forward. They go, not waiting for anything here. Smash will fall, so will the rest of BBL. And now FaZe Clan crawling around on the ground, trying to get the safety. Gustav realizing there's many more teams here now, because Team Rage opted to engage on this too. Those managed to find T-Bone though, so damage is done towards Heroic, but now multiple teams down on the southern side of the circle.
This is a giant dog pile of teams here on the southern side. Heroic now eliminating FaZe Clan, but Team Rage relatively close by. And REGNUM are thinking, you know what? Maybe we could go ahead and have a little bit of this as well. They're in circle. Team Rage are not. Heroic are not. They might gatekeep both of them here.
The way that Thindalos just peeked on over that one and got to hold that thought for a second, because here comes Team Rage straight into Team Liquid. James finds 2, Clip finds the other, just 1 left alive. Team Rage thought they had a safe rotation back towards the north. It was their compound. That's where they came from. What could possibly go wrong? Well, Liquid was there ready and waiting.
So a little bit of a disengage there from Team Rage means that Reg and Heroic are only going to have to deal with each other. In the middle of the circle, we still have Entropiq and ENCE in the trenches. Futbolists have got those warehouse compounds to the east of Pachiki. Remember how they beat another team there by literally a second and a half? That's actually paying off for them nicely right now. And then we've got HOWL up to the north. Those are your final 8 teams in this game.
Oh, Medibay through the smoke, finds Beamer with the Scar. Return damage comes through. As a matter of fact, that's Rustin finding the damage correctly there. Fortunately for him to get the flush. But can they go for the rest on Beamy? Yes, just exactly. Final tick comes through. Corexi finds 1 more with a second nade. So doing a lot here to hold off Reg, who are currently closer to the circle than them, so they need to do damage. And teams, look at this, 5 kills already, wants to find more. They know they have Schofield close. Does he get tagged by that Molly? No, close, but not close enough.
That follow-up frag, though, absolutely does, and Heroic will mop up Team Rage. Page in a little bit of a tricky situation because Slippy Zerg managed to catch him out. However, REGNUM get eliminated. Page there managing to control the spray and finishing the team off. Now back on board with Team Liquid. They're the next team that Heroic are going to have to keep out. They've moved in the buggy close in. I love this move by Corexi. Team Liquid have to push in towards him and think about how much utility they've already used against Team Rage.
Exactly. Not only does he have the vehicle for cover, but he's also just exactly made his way inside the circle, so he can sit tight at least for now and try and allow for his teammates to push further forward. Vard not able to find the knock there. Heroic. I love the way that they engaged that fight against Reg once they knew that they had the upper hand, because that's what Heroic will do. If you give them just a little, they will take everything. They're so fast and kind of swarming you and engaging on you from multiple angles. That's what they did here. But now, with this fight against Liquid, if it prolongs for too long, I mean, they're very lucky right now that neither Entropiq or ENCE really has the time to look towards the south because they're focused on each other. But HOWL is currently moving. They could come in and get a perfect third-party opportunity or position against Liquid here.
Very tense with Liquid using a lot of smokes to make their way towards Heroic in this position. They don't have an infinite number. They have to make this count sooner rather than later. Clib going down now, catching a glimpse of him in the smoke. Does Page. Looking for the rest. Can't find it. Beamy knocked again. And remember, it's not his first knock of this game, so he's going to bleed out relatively quickly. Up to 9 kills, but that might be where it stops for them now, as we've got Ruin actually coming in for a third party.
Exactly how they heard the commotion. They rotated all the way out of the barns to go down towards the south, realizing that Liquid had made their way down here. And here comes the third party, Correxy, trying to spray on through. Will stay alive as it takes down Jeems. So Liquid out in 5th, Heroic up with just one final player, but it's been a good game for them. 11 kills already as Corexy tries to see if he can find more.
6 out of 11 of his team's kills. Gets a hit onto the mat. Might have been looking for the gun, but he actually had a nade out. That's okay. Switches over. That's going to be it. And there we go. Heroic out in 4th. HOWL, ENCE, and Entropiq left.
Such a good read from HOWL to make the play out. I mean, they were the most northern team, and now they're the most southern. Yes. This late in the game, they saw what was happening on the south side. They had been tracking Liquid for a while, now realizing that they had opted to push all the way south to try and punish Heroic. Liquid spent too long for what? I mean, they spent longer than what they had hoped for. Let me put it that way. They wanted to go down. They wanted to punish Heroic while they were still fighting the other side. But because they got to throw smokes up, because Heroic were very good at maintaining space and allowing for themselves to stay put, HOWL came in third party. It ended up taking them both down. But in all fairness, I mean, Heroic got the kills and they got more placement points.
Now HOWL, they're on the outside looking in because the circle really is centering in on the trench that Entropiq and ENCE are in. So the more HOWL make themselves known, the more they stick their head above the parapet, the more both of these teams are going to say, okay, we can call a temporary truce. Let's go ahead and look their way instead. They have to make something work, and they have to make it work soon.
I feel like when we have trenches in play, we can't not talk about no man's land. And that's essentially what you're looking at right now. As soon as the map starts running over that hillside, both ENCE and Entropiq is gonna take him out. I don't think, I mean, QBE and Squeaky are kind of the two up-close players towards one another that that are essentially tasked to hold off the other team. Because I don't think neither ENCE or Entropiq is gonna aggress here before they know exactly what HOWL is planning on doing. The good thing for ENCE is that right now, well, HOWL are looking to engage from the south side, and if that's what's gonna happen, then Entropiq are gonna be the ones caught in the middle.
HOWL are being very smart about this. They recognize that the teams in the trenches aren't fighting, and because they're not fighting, they need another plan. Their plan, it's like the best plan out of a bad bunch. It's like, okay, if we're forced to come over the hill and fight the guys in the trenches, let's at least fight one of them at a time. Let's go to one end of the trench, then see if they start fighting. Put a little bit more pressure to the team on the south. So all eyes now on Entropiq.
Exactly. Find the angle from which you can engage where the third team doesn't really have that that opportunity to do a whole lot. But they need to do damage, and they need to do it fast, HOWL, if they want to get something going here. The thing is, I mean, remember, they were in the compound for a while. You can see here, smokes are there. Yes, there's no helmet for Eski, but they do have utility because they were able to sit in the compound for a good while there. So there might also be a let's get in cars and just play the trees and the rocks, because I still don't see if they can get inside this next circle. And if it, I mean, it can still hard shift southeast. That's going to allow for them to only push 20-30 meters forward. And Entropiq and ENCE would have to fight each other first then, and HOWL would just be able to sit back and wait for it. And that's kind of exactly what just happened. The circle goes south enough now that HOWL will be able to play around the terrain here and wait for Entropiq and ENCE to have to enter the no man's land. HOWL will already be sitting waiting in.
Someone has just opened up the chilies and chucked a little bit of spice into this game, because now ENCE are forced to move up towards Entropiq. How many grenades have Entropiq saved is what I want to know, because ENCE are going to be properly packed into a tiny space. And this is the best case scenario for HOWL right now. They don't really have to move, and the other teams are guaranteed to fight before them.
Yeah, ENCE has to fight Entropiq here. You can see Squee, 0, 1 smoke on Nookie. They simply do not have the utility to make the play for the field. They need to take the fight to Entropiq. If there's one team you don't want to fight. I mean, kudos to ENCE. They've had a phenomenal day so far today.
They've done all right,
really
yeah.
stepping it up. Really stepping it up after yesterday's not as good performance, I think is safe to say. Really doing phenomenal. And, I mean, just looking at their ranked games yesterday, 10th, 10th, 15th for ENCE on day 1. Starting off now, finding their way straight into top 3 is, of course, absolutely amazing. Still 4 alive, but this push for them, I mean, this is what they need to do. They need Nookie, they need someone to find the headshot of a lifetime to allow for them to make a play for what I would assume to be that west dip. If not, Entropiq is the only way you can go.
Smoke's coming out for ENCE now. If Entropiq ever had a time where 3 frags in the same location could pay them dividends, now would be a great time to loose them onto ENCE.
Yeah.
Only a single Molotov on Rustenmar. And they're now properly having to move. QB does have a frag grenade available. It's an underarm one as well, asking, are you going to move out? And ENCE now know that they have some utility left.
QB can make some space, and you can see this. They're trying to isolate with the smokes now. The blue is forcing them to make the move, and here comes ENCE. One good nade could be all it took. Ivers is there, broke just on the other side of the hill. QB fights the first one. Ivers still hasn't peeked. Now he does fight 1, fight 2. Finds the third as well. Ivers peeks out of nowhere and takes them out.
Clinical from Entropiq there. They do exactly what they had to do. Sure, they've got 1 knock at the moment, but they can actually keep 3 up to continue to deal with HOWL. HOWL are a full 4-man squad, and they've got utility to boot. Molotov's absolutely displacing half the team from the other. Entropiq have to fight this. That's 2 split units. Nail up once again with the headshot to start.
The trade 1-for-1, the numbers were in the favor of HOWL. Still is by 1. 10 kills already. Make it 11. Make it 12. Lookaroofs making sure to get the points with him. Solo player left alive. It's not gonna matter. HOWL comes out victorious off of a very well-earned win there. They beat SKADE. They beat SKADE to the double bombs. That set them up for it. Then they made the right play in pushing south into Liquid when they had their backs turned. And then they hold their fire. They don't over-aggress down into the people before they know if they have to. Perfect execution by HOWL to get that win.
It was fantastic stuff from them. Yes, okay, that circle at the end went to the south. It was no chance, though, that they beat SKADE to the bonds. It was no chance that they knew exactly when to engage at the final fight. It was really, really lovely stuff from them, and that earns them their 2nd chicken dinner in this tournament. Congratulations to them. A lot to unpack from that game. A lot of fun as well, and we've still got 1 to go. Sam, everybody, back to you.
Thanks so much, Dorisa. I do want to talk about HOWL's chicken dinner, but before we do that, can we just talk about right at the end there, Kalaris, the Entropiq smart play, if you like, that came into effect. What were they doing, and how does that benefit them?
Yeah, I mean, God, there's actually so much to talk about. But the moment that you're referring to, of course, Lookarook's just going for those flushes as he continues on. It's going to be difficult to really kind of win out that situation, right? Get yourself extra little points on the board there. But HOWL overall really understanding the severity of the situation and playing it kind of to that pace Avenger, I feel, considering the symbiotic relationship that ENCE and Entropiq had for quite a while.
It was also the perfect circle, right? It pushed ENCE out. It forced them to having to make... So when you're 3 teams, 3 big teams in the very end, the team that usually like engages on the fight and the last team to engage is usually the team that wins, right? And it was perfect circle for HOWL. They could encroach onto this actual position here of Entropiq, and ENCE was forced to move on and fight it. But I really love the massive play that we saw from Ivers, where he was actually hiding behind the first concrete block that ENCE pushed up on, and then the other guys behind him started shooting, and then he popped up in front and took down 2 or 3 members of ENCE, which was super well played by him. Very impressive. And this is the phase of NAVI having to share a house with Team Rage for 20 minutes. That's also really unfortunate. Gustav managed to get a lot of damage onto BBL in this case here, and overall really rough game for FAZE, but they squeezed a little bit of extra points out of the flushes there. Heroic losing out on T-Bone. T-Bone overextended in this situation. I don't feel like he should have been there. He should have been in a retradable position for that. Unfortunate for Heroic.
We're seeing a lot more aggression from all of the invited teams. They're coming out as well. But HOWL is holding their own, Kalaris. Any moments, though, as we're taking a look at the highlights, that stood out specifically for you as something that you really enjoyed?
Oh, for sure. Actually, I mean, the Hail Mary of Entropiq smashing into SKADE's position, understanding that it was a high-value position, and doing so. I mean, there are many times in PUBG where you see a team breach, amazing nades, where it's like a SWAT team approach. But they battering rammed onto that position. Not too much information, but then really took SKADE by surprise to take an extremely high priority spot. So again, very impressive by Entropiq to make that call, considering they were in the southeast side of the circle.
This is what I'm talking about. I was popping up there when the other guys were. Look at that. It's a 3. He got squeaky roosted Manuki because he waited, and he was like, "Oh, they didn't expect him to be in that front concrete block." Absolutely perfect play by Ivers there.
There's two teams for me today, and I mean, one of them popped off yesterday, but two teams that have stood out, and I wonder if it's the same two teams for both of you, and we'll obviously see as all the statistics come up, we'll see on the results standings, I think that they will feature. For me, Entropiq and ENCE have really pitched up. Avenger, same two teams for you, or have you got others you'd like to add to the list?
Yeah, I think ENCE is definitely the team for me today. 2 third places, one on Erangel and one on Miramar. Win on Miramar as well with 13 to boot. I think they might be the best team coming in for today. Very top heavy here with 4 teams on double digits though.
I mean, you say that, it's Entropiq. Another 12 kills in the bag after having that almost 20 kill banger. Like, this is not exactly what I expected of Entropiq, but the fact that they consistently are coming in and blasting into the second day, that bodes well for consistency. They already had a great day yesterday, and they're continuing to do so today.
I do just remember at the pre-show yesterday, as we started PCS6 for Europe, messing around a little bit, we were told that Floof, which is of course Kalaris' dog's favorite team, is HOWL.
Ah, yes.
And we joked about getting, I mean, I remember joking about getting rid of the analyst desk and replacing it with Floof. And now I'm starting to think that might have been a good idea, because Floof's obviously got good taste. HOWL, as one of the qualified teams, Kalaris is doing extremely well.
Yeah, Floof was on something. Yeah, it's a very, very impressive play so far. I mean, Ruin, this guy, this was the name I wanted to bring up. And then haphazardly, he is also the best player of the match. So extremely impressive stuff that we're seeing from him so far. I'm going to be honest, coming into this tournament, I wasn't that familiar with someone like Ruin. But realistically, what he's able to put up in this lobby so far, in kind of tense situations as well, and in spots where they could have had these weird overextensions, but they chose not to, considering that they're up against the wall. So very, very cool stuff to see here in this lobby.
Avenger, Erangel was very aggressive there. We had some fun fights, lots of crazy stuff going on. Are you expecting the same when we move into the second Erangel, or do you think everyone's going to calm down a little bit for the last map of the day?
I hope so. Obviously, with this circle here, where it's a little bit of a chance to have to go military, and then it didn't. It ended up being a ending that I've actually not seen in a very, very long time here. I think I've seen an ending specifically in this area since the bunker's been added and the shelter and this whole area. So that's actually perfect. And I loved how many teams were actually breaching into it successfully. First Entropiq onto SKADE, then ENCE taking control of the northern side of it. It was actually a super cool ending here. I hope to see more. And also, obviously, congrats to HOWL here for being the first team to take 2 chicken dinners. Very impressive.
They are the first team to take 2 chicken dinners, and we'll find out if another team can join them or if they might claim 3. But first, a quick break.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Where to next?
Before all the BBL fans roast me in the chat, I do apologize. They have also had 2 chicken dinners. I was excited for HOWL. HOWL and BBL both claiming 2 chicken dinners so far in the competition. It is PCS6 for Europe, the Grand Finals. We are on day number 2, and we're going to take a quick look at the standings. Avenger, not expecting much of a change there at the top. Entropiq's lead is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
I want to say though, look at 2nd to 6th place. It's 4 points difference. It's insane how close it is.
But that also shakes up quite a bit. So this is what's interesting. Entropiq is just increasing their lead all the time. And then when you take a look sort of just behind them, those teams are swapping spots all over the place. Yeah. Very, very close as well, Kalaris.
Yeah, it's very close indeed. And I love the fact that ENCE has had a really nice pop-off day for the most part. You know, we'll see what happens in this next game. And I love the fact as well that, you know, PUBG is a game where, yeah, you're choosing to shoot at people. But sometimes one of the best choices is not to shoot at people. I love the fact that we had this kind of relationship going on between Entropiq and ENCE in the previous game, just sitting pretty, holding down. Anybody come near us, we'll shoot at them and then think about each other later.
This is something, Avenger, that is always interesting for me, because I do see this a lot with sort of teams that have been around for a long time, players that have been around for a long time, and I bring it up a lot because it's interesting, but this concept of knowing when to shoot and knowing when to just wait. And do you think that is one of the defining things for a top team, is understanding that you don't necessarily have to take every firefight?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think some of the best plays are, you know, when you time your plays, you time your openings, and there is no understatement in how important it is to be 4 guys alive in the very, very end game. It's literally what's gonna lose you or win your game if you are 4 versus 4 or 4 versus 3. And if you are that team with 4 alive, there's so much bigger of a chance for you to close out the chicken dinner.
Are we concerned about NAVI sitting on the other side of the board, heroic as well, FAZE, or is it still early days for them?
I think still no. I in terms of kind of being concerned, right? If you look at NAVI, yeah, 10th place, 46 points overall. You think what happened yesterday, right? You get to the end of the day, Navi's kind of middle of the table, but yet Example and Alia are still up there when it comes to damage done overall. If they continue on that trend, doing the same and having the same impact on a board, on a battleground like this, then eventually that converts to more placements, more kills, and then more points. So I think they'll continue on their stretch, and I think that will convert properly.
We are now moving into the final game of the day. Jarosar, Toby, the mics are yours.
Thank you very much, Sam. We're going to be moving into game number 5 of today. Match 10 overall here at PCS6 Europe. A very exciting playing path. It's going to be 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock, but mainly exciting, Toby, because Sosnovka Island beckons.
Are we actually head into military? I can't believe that we haven't. I mean, it's just we've been so used to having millies time after time after time.
Yeah.
There was a qualifier stage of a previous tournament where in 5 out of 6 games, we had military games on the
So
rank.
normalized.
Maybe it's one of those now where PUBG realized then like, nope, melee circles removed, not even an option anymore. Because now we've used the entire month's quota worth of military circles in just 2 days. So maybe that's why we're not getting there. But I would say with this playing path, it looks very southern.
It certainly does. I mean, 2 teams dropped Millie Island, so which is fair considering this plane path. Everyone seems to be relatively chilled out for this last game of the day. Who are you guys cheering for in chat? Make sure to let us know. This is the last game of the day. Of course, it's still a long tournament, but at this point, we're going to be 1/3 of the way through. And yes, some teams have slow starts, but we're going to start reaching the point where excuses don't fly anymore, and some teams are going to have to pick things up. And no military ending. Sorry.
No carpooling either. Nixie doesn't want to have a opponent sitting in the car with him. Noki, though, jumping around, dodging and weaving. So is Nixie from inside a vehicle, and he will be able to get out of here alive. I don't think Nixie was expecting the entirety of ENCE to land up here. And, well, clearly he wasn't, because in that case, he probably wouldn't have gone here. ENCE hasn't really been contesting them for vehicles, but here they did. Nixie, though, fortunate to get out of there alive.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate there. Went for the vehicle run over. Didn't quite get it, and I have to say, Tixu was on point. I think he hit 3 shots, and he was 1 shot away from being able to finish there. We have got the first circle. It is west of Lepovka, west of Milta Power, really. And it's not going to be on Military Island, unfortunately, but still a lot of different places this could go. We could see Hard Shift, Yasnaya. We saw Sharkfin the other day. I haven't seen a Milta Power circle in a very long time. Just putting that out there.
We are completely in sync. I was just going to say, normally I think, oh my god, I've had so many Milta Power circles, but that's over years worth of PUBG.
That's a
because
while
usually,
ago now, isn't it?
as soon as we head down into kind of the sandy areas on the southeast side, like southeast of the lumber mill area, games tend to, like, in my opinion at least, there's very little variety in how those games tend to play out. It's oftentimes very similar. When one team that would have to go pretty far to get down there is your Sakura Zensen on screen right now. Nixie just got away there alive, but a qualifier team, Joro, that has played pretty well so far.
Indeed, we've had comparisons made between their playstyle and Northern Lights. Very much a strong team, very young team as well. A lot of potential going on here. And it's fantastic to see how well they've been able to play. But I would say they haven't kicked it up into top gear this tournament so far. But for me, that's not really a negative thing. I'm excited to see when they do, because they can take the fight to pretty much any team in this lobby.
They sure can. They've shown us time and time again. And I think one of the interesting things with them, again, adding to what we've said both throughout today and yesterday, is how they are one of few teams that play very much the Northern Lights approach to the game. Obviously, there can only be so many teams doing the same thing. Slippy, where are you going?
we have some questions there. To be fair, private underground car park.
Yeah, it's like the Batman cave. You've got all your vehicles down there. Pretty cool.
That's
In the meantime,
where lurkers go. They park up. It makes sense now.
Yep. In the meantime, Lhasa not going to be playing anymore today. Unfortunately, we were able to found him as Team Rage were trying to regroup over in the Liquid compound. Northern Lights catching them off guard. Liquid, speaking of, making their way towards the west here, realizing that there is a team down in the compound below. But where are they planning on going? Because they're currently very, very split here. I mean, James and Clip, they're driving around together. They usually do. But, I mean, for Vard and Mix, they're still coming. Like, they're on Potato now. They're coming in from the whole other direction. What? Are they just chasing people in cars now?
It kind of feels that way, but I don't think it's intentional. I think it might be opportunistic.
Yeah, this is them giving up the compound. They saw that there were multiple cars coming in towards it. They wanted this spot. I mean, it was pretty clear to see that Vard and Mixer was coming down here as well. But now, obviously, having to forfeit it because they weren't all there in time, and they get to play the dirt road instead.
That was fun. We got to see a little bit of entertaining Betty Hill style, everyone driving around everywhere, but it looks like it's been settled peacefully. Salty has found a care package. We'll very, very happily take that. This is towards the north side of the circle in the field south of Yasnaya, if anyone's wondering. And Sakura Zensen don't really have many teams that are north of them right now, which is why they can get away with just grabbing this. Team Rage may or may not have seen the drop coming down, but honestly, that's about it. So they'll be able to take this very, very comfortably indeed. Players I think everyone here, Toby, they know how to play this. I think they'll be able to spread out just fine, yeah?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I think one of the if we were to kind of go back to Sakura Zensen and finish up that thought, I think one of the things that they thrive on, obviously, being the play style, but one of the issues with it is that obviously when you get into the top echelon of EMEA PUBG, which is the PCS events, for starters, you're going up against better opponents, and being able to play that play style, you need immense skill for starters. Yep. And your fracking capabilities have to be up there as well. I believe, at least when I see it, they are usually much more, or seemingly much more, confident when they play on the edge. But also, some of the teams they go up against when playing edge in these lobbies, your NAVI, your Heroic, your Northern Lights, they're just so incredibly good. And it's not that Sakura Zensen ain't good. It's just that, again, simply just looking at what these teams have done in the past, the other teams are just that much better. But I'm not going to say that's going to stay that way for long.
Sure. Rather than progressively work your way up in terms of the team's sort of skill pecking order, however you perceive that to be, one thing we can all agree on is that Northern Lights and NAVI are two of the strongest teams in the lobby, and they both happen to play edge. So what you're doing is you're setting yourself up with the hardest possible task. But if you succeed in doing that, you can basically take anyone else on.
Can't blame Double for not hitting the 4x AK sprays. Not exactly the best combination of weapon and attachment.
Yeah,
but
interesting.
DBL living with a scare, barely even taking any damage at all. Goatmarker the only one to get a bruise. Everyone else seeming to be all right. I like the rotation path from them. Jump instantly towards the east side when you cross that bridge, disallowing for the opponents to get too many bullets fired off towards you. And now, if you're looking at the map right now, they have open buffet on the southeast side. If this circle goes southeast, their first picks and everything. In the meantime, Beamy, silent pull-up, but Salty is here, level 3 gear, ready and waiting.
Oh no, with an AUG as well. He even drove in. That was actually quite close. BB managed to get a couple of hits off, but there we go. Salty managing to grab that hit. T-Bone needs to be careful, does Salty? Oh, we'll close the door, it's fine.
Yeah, it's one of those where Beamy is gonna, whether physically or mentally, he's gonna slam the table.
Oh no!
Salty trying to get away. No, you don't, says Correxy. You backstab us, you're gonna pay the price for doing so.
Oh no, and to be fair, now they're like, by the way, guys, that was an organ level 3 gear. Go loot up.
Yeah, it's, yep, exactly. And they will know that, obviously, with Beamy being taken down by it. 1 minute to go until the first circle has come to a close. Entropiq playing a wide two-way split, now realizing that they have BBL, or at least a team, in the nearby vicinity. They will, I would assume, not want to aggress too much, but obviously with BBL going further east, it's not really going to be an issue regardless.
It certainly is not. So a little bit of action then in the first 10 minutes here in match number 10. BBL, well, they're safely in mill to power, so there may be 300 IQ predicting the circle's going to end up going southeast. We've got 25 seconds until we find that out. This is SKADE in the meantime. They've chosen a northern rotation through the Yasnaya fields, which is where the crate dropped earlier, and Sakura Zensen were able to grab that. Not too much in the way of bullets to dodge going through this location. The problem is, as soon as they get past Mansion, everything that isn't on the coast or in Lipovka will be taken. So we'll wait and see where they end up going.
Let's see, where are we headed? Well, BBL, they their prediction was on point. They get to pick and choose now, and everyone else are gonna be full speed sending it over the hilltops. Everyone knows with how the playing path was, with, literally everyone saw that no one jumped early on this. Everyone knows that right now there's free real estate to the southeast, and I think the majority of teams want a piece.
Here we go. Everyone in a car. You'd be forgiven for thinking this was one of our custom games for a second here, but everyone trying to get a priority compound. It looks like BBL have opted to go mini Milta. We've got a lot of teams to the east of Milta as well. No fewer than 4 or 5. So we'll be keeping an eye out on them. Road to Glory and Team Liquid having a major disagreement there. And once again, using the car's floor to block. Hibako earns him the kill against Nadler, but about 3 other cars coming over the top. I'm surprised there weren't 12 kills there, just running people over.
Hey, Rosen so eager to find kills that he accidentally knocks a teammate as well. Entropiq not ready and waiting for this one. Usually you'd see Entropiq be ready for this, but there was just so many cars coming in from everywhere that they simply couldn't react in time. In the meantime, now Liquid trying to push on up here. Futbolist does the free plays in the combo. 2 of them are still in cars, though not sure exactly why. Mexi finds the first one. Odin trying to see if he can do something in return. Does manage to find Bart. Mexi falls down to Medibay from a distance as well. So Liquid, it looked good for them, but they're falling by the second.
Vard down but not out just yet. It looks like he's crawled into that first house. Clib doing his best to hold the position for the rest of the team. We need Jeems. I think Jeems is actually prone, waiting for someone to come on to the high side. Not 100% sure. He's probably being third-partied from someone else, which might explain it. Mollies go off for Gluttony. We've got Odin coming in with the frag grenades off to the left side of your screen as well. Liquid in a precarious position.
So much happening here as every team start full speed in their way down towards that southeast side. Futbolist, I mean, honestly, I like the way they've approached it. They've held back for a while, and now, I mean, starting to take a few shots up the hillside as well. They know they have Rex sitting up there. Don't want them to be more of a factor in this. James trying to get the res on up. Should be, or James, sorry, make that clip. Gets the res on up to Vard. They are 3 back on their feet, but this is not a good spot to be in. The issue is, for Futbolist, if they stick around out here for too long, they're going to be in trouble. Now, James, the same exact thing is happening to him.
It's ENCE that managed to get that knock onto James. Rustenmar from range there. Not a lot of space between these teams as they all compete for very, very similar real estate. ENCE have actually got Milta power, so they've got really, really good sight lines into here. The good news is they're not about to push into James, but that's hardly the thing on his mind right now with football is so close.
Yeah. Well, Clip and Vard, I feel like they're probably going to be sitting here at least for a little while longer. In the meantime, down towards the southeast, I mean, the Heroic and the Team Rage kind of coming in from each their side. Now those kills are starting to go into the kill feed as well. Oh, is there going to be a push coming off this? I think there might be. Page did manage to get a knock. Back towards Liquid we go. First comes through. Nail Cup with the hip fire. Gets Vard as well. Perfect 1-2 punch. One gets the flash in there. The second one gets the push. Smart play from Futbolist.
Really nicely played, and they will take sole control of that compound and eliminate Team Liquid from the game. They're having a pretty positive, I have to say, day, our Futbolist at the moment. Circle now shifts. It's going to be a southern donut, almost to the southern cliffs, but not quite. FaZe Clan will be very happy. Entropiq don't need to move. Thunder don't need to move. BBL are going to be fine, but Fenderloss and Ketpup may want to consider next circle vacating Mini Milta to join Code Marco.
Exactly. I'm looking at their split as well, thinking it's you're counting your time here and how long you can, I mean, at least for free, maintain that split, because other teams, I would have to imagine, are going to try to do something to engage in either Small Power or the compound west of them. And you can see Athendelost out and waving the banner, saying to everyone, we are here, don't even think about it.
You just want to dissuade ENCE here from moving in. They've got a really, really nice ridge. Everyone knows this ridge here next to Milta Power, but how long can ENCE stay there? If FaZe Clan, for example, move out towards the coast, they might get a really cheeky backstab angle onto ENCE. Not going to happen just yet, though, but half the team have spotted them. In the meantime, these guys need to find a way to get into zone. They're going to be stuck on the cliffs as Betulins does a... Oh, wow. Hello, that is Rocky. Is he on a boat or a car? What's going on here? And we have Futbolist now being aggressed on by Northern Lights.
Full speed forward they come. Odin finds one, can't find the second. Spear able to stay alive, but fortunately, somehow Apocalypse becomes the one from down south to get the knock and the kill there. Fortunate, able to stay put. Sakura Zensen saying, oh, free piece? Well, Northern Lights, we know we tend to do the same thing, but we'll show you now that we can do it better.
And here we go, Futbolist. Only Nail Cup left. Struggling a little bit against Sakura Zensen, who have spotted that this is a good opportunity for them. They know that NLT were here. They know that they're all dead, and they've come in to pick up the pieces. Very, very nicely done. I know they haven't got a lot of kills for it, but the timing from Sakura Zensen was excellent.
Oh, very, very good. Very good, no doubt about it. They knew exactly when to go, and now, I mean, even though they do get players knocked, they can easily get back up alive. SKADE are though, right now driving in north of them. I'm curious to see where they're planning on setting up shop, because if they come in behind Sakura Zensen, that could be dangerous. Now, in the meantime, Heroic opted to leave Team Rage. Team Rage now driving straight down the same path that Heroic went down towards. But no knocks coming through for anyone. So where does Team Rage opt to set up shop here? Maybe they go for the Wizard Tower down towards the south. I would assume that to be the case. Or they go straight into ENCE, which would end in a buffet. Yep,
oh no.
That's what's happening. Squeaky run over by a vehicle, takes the rest of them, unfortunately there to Hillbound. Schofield trying to stay put, stays alive, but okay, now they know. Now they know, and we talked about SKADE potentially pushing to Zensen. That's exactly what happened.
And this is now the 127th team to be in this compound this game, by the looks of things, as Sakura Zensen themselves get eliminated by SKADE. So how much longer before someone like Road to Glory fancies themselves a go? That compound is actually out of the next circle and should be able to get these revives. I mean, what's even better than using the roof or floor of a car, Toby, to block the bullets? Having two of them at once.
True. Let's see if Heroic pushes into ENCE's position as well, just to say, you know what I mean? I can sense we kind of got a thing going right now, so let's just add to the chaos. Or maybe they do something else. I hope they are really.
Oh, I hope so, man. I hope so.
JMT, in the meantime, peeking on over. He knows approximately, if not exactly, where Nailcrop is positioned. Now, easy peasy, pushes on over, takes him out, and Futbolist fallen 12th.
So almost a perfect donut, this next zone. Meaning that a lot of teams that already have compounds will not need to move. All of the action is going to be on the edge. Road to Glory and NAVI will be having a minor disagreement. This isn't BBL full-on rotating. This is their split, moving up to where Code Marco is. So they're abandoning Mini Milta for now, although Ketpa takes a lot of damage there and is probably going to have to go into heal, leaving the wheels of the vehicle exposed, which is fine. At least he survives. Now it's Road to Glory versus NAVI on the northwest.
I like the fact that BBL leaves this one. They heard ENCE down below. They heard Heroic coming in from the east. And I mean, they weren't going to be able to maintain that split for much longer because REGNUM were where they were. There was no way that the west side of the split could push back east. So it was smart play for them to group up and now be able to play from there. Iris, in the meantime, finds one. Road to Glory. Struggling here, but seeing what they can find. Trying to hold off NAVI.
NAVI, they're in a position where they... How do I put it? The circle is going to push them sooner than the team is because they've got so much good cover. They've got all these big rocks. They don't have to worry about anyone pushing in. So they're going to have a chance of rotating a little bit further west instead. Gustav getting aggressed upon by the rest of HOWL. Good grenade in. Gustav going into the next room and then immediately moving back to where the nade hit in case a complementary nade comes across the other side. All makes perfect sense. I think HOWL are going to become resident here next to these two UASs, but I don't know where they go from here.
Issue is that, as you can see, the staircase towards the top floor, should HOWL want to make a play, is in a spot like it's just exactly at the angle from which FAZE can't really do a whole lot to defend. So if they want to, that's a pretty free flush on towards HC, unless, of course, Gustav, sorry, unless if HC has something to say, finds the first, doesn't quite get the second, and has to go back to reload. Half HP, though, on the HOWL player on the other side. Ruin trying to stay put down in the valley below. And the Mad up close, he does get the first aid off.
Go up the stairs, go on.
Does he dare? Going up the stairs. That makes it be absolutely perfect.
Oh, that would have been the Billy Big Balls play, that's for sure. But no, we're playing it safe for now. FaZe Clan in the upper hand position here. Beautiful grenade from Fex. That knocks Ruin now as well, and it is all down to the Mad. Actually, being on the stairs there probably saved HC from getting knocked from Fex's second grenade, which finishes off HOWL and allows Gustav to be revived.
Crucial play from HC to see that Gustav goes down as fast as he did, because had he been just 1 second later on that rotation, that would allow for HOWL to kind of reset and probably push up those stairs. But he goes over there while they're in the midst of healing. One of them has to cancel the heal, making it for a pretty straightforward 1v1, almost a 1v2. So a nice reaction from HC to instantly go help his teammate.
Now elsewhere, we're taking a look at Road to Glory. They didn't end up pushing down towards NAVI, by the way, because NAVI disengaged from that. So as a result, they've actually got the I would say the 11 o'clock position of the circle entirely to themselves. They can choose how much shooting they want to do. They can choose if they want to sit in there and not take any damage, maybe save their utility, save their vests and helmets. It's entirely up to them how they want to play right now. They know that Navi's somewhere to their south. They know that someone is in the compound to their east. And frankly, that's about it.
I was just gonna say, does CARYA hear this now? He does, finds one, finds two! Such a terrifying player to have to go up against. Up on the roof, T-Bone is perfectly positioned to try and get an off angle there as well. EB trying to make the run on forward. Gemty caught inside the little guardhouse there. SKADE thought they had a play to make the wrap around the building itself, but CARYA says no.
Very nicely denied there by CARYA. Now him and Paige are both going to be watching like hawks. Gemty needs to get away, but doesn't want to get so far that he ends up in the clutches of another team. The problem is phase 5 is moving down. 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. Ibby goes down to one shot effectively. Gemty now running along the outside wall to change direction there as well. Apocalypse spots Ibby. That's him down, and once again it's Gemty left.
Correct. In the midst of their rotation, another card just comes into their smoke. We're like, what the hell are you doing here, Pizza?
Right.
They take him out, but unfortunately they fall themselves. Roach Glory, well, they've still yet to make their way off the hillside. And honestly, I mean, if the circles keep going in that direction, they might as well just stay. They don't have any kills yet, though, so hopefully they can find something. Vex now as well. Down by ticks, so the rest should be coming in, though. FAZE, plenty of space on this other side of the circle. That nade! Just a bit too far.
SKADE eliminated, which means Heroic can focus on getting out of Mill to Power without any further distractions. Gustav, on the other hand, is providing all the distraction needed for NAVI right now, single-handedly nading 2 of them. We've got Melman and Quizzy still continuing to hold out the fort here with additional nades coming out from Thunder. This is not good for them at all. Quizzy eats another one. It's Melman now. I don't know what he can do here, honestly.
No,
it's a fireworks display.
Not a whole lot to do, I think, honestly. Heroic in the meantime, well, might as well get in the car, even if it is just for a 20-meter rotation. Rather safe than sorry. They have to smoke on one side, now they have to smoke on the other, but now also they realize they have to make a move again as the circle shifts west once more.
Entropiq still with 2 up. They have got the compound in the northwest of the circle. In the northeast, we've got Thunder, and pretty much everyone else is going to be fighting for real estate as they move in to phase number 6. BBL completely out. Heroic completely out. ENCE completely out. FAZE, only Gustav is in, and Road to Glory have to come in from the north side. So this is going to become a pressure cooker. In about 45 seconds time, I reckon you'll see at least 2 of these teams fall in all-out firefights.
I'm curious to see how much Road to Glory is going to do to make sure no one's going to be able to push up their hill. Because right now, I mean, they essentially have the only spot available that isn't taken already, and they need to make sure no one can push them out of it. Instead, though, it seems like they're full speed sending it into Entropiq despite having that hillside available. Okay, that's a play I didn't see coming. I mean, again, I guess it was a downhill slant in towards Entropiq regardless, so making the play might not be the worst idea, but clearly didn't work out the way that they wanted it to.
Heroic now taking a lot of nades from ENCE, who have taken so much damage themselves. CARYA coming in with a beautiful game so far today. Manages to get Nookie down as well, and ENCE are also struggling. If you don't revive T-Bone now, he's not getting back up. ENCE now moving in. All of these teams, by the way, have so far to go to get into zone. Even if you kill the teams here, you need to figure out what the heck you do next.
And FAZE has a perfect line of sight on everything Heroic is doing from here. They need to go just one piece of cover at a time, making their way on forward. Road to Glory falls in their attempt to make the transition down towards Entropiq. The 2 players there stand strong, and as you can see here, perfect vision over towards Heroic. Literally nowhere they can go, and they still have 100 meters to the circle.
Rough times for Heroic. That is not in the next circle, by the way, so they've got a lot of thinking to do. BBL are in front of them trying to make their way in there, so maybe hoping that BBL are the team to pave the way for them. The problem is FaZe Clan have their number and know exactly what's going on their bellies, trying their best to keep out of sight of FaZe Clan, and they're doing a good job so far, but they've got another 50 or so meters to go.
I think if you're Heroic, you're just praying that somehow BBL and Thunder will force a fight with one another and that they can make the run off. The issue is, the more time they spend on those hills, the more FaZe Clan just gets set up perfectly there, ready and waiting, and there's no way Heroic gets out of here alive. CARYA is a beast, Paige is a beast, but how do they make that run? Code Margo finds Paige, CARYA instantly to follow, BBL finds 2, Heroic out in 6th.
2 more points now for BBL. FaZe Clan starting to move in. They've got pretty much all of the southern side of the circle, remember, so they're doing very, very well for themselves at the moment. They've been holding everyone out, and they effectively have control of about a third of the circle. Everything that isn't a compound, FaZe Clan essentially has dominion over.
Exactly. I mean, FaZe has had a pretty tough time in the tournament so far. They haven't had a double-digit kill game through the first 9, and their late-game presence hasn't really been that much to talk of either. Today, they had themselves a 2nd place and a 5th place. On that, it hasn't been much, so this is a massive turnaround for them. Hopefully, they can take the momentum they're getting here and convert it into even more good games tomorrow.
Now, BBL have played some fantastic games. They've gotten a couple of wins as well. They're doing okay here, but I have to say, FaZe 7, hard shifting to the 1 o'clock position.
Yeah.
Very lucky for BBL because they do not want to have to cross the road. If they can avoid crossing the road for as long as possible, that is absolutely critical to them right now. So they now have a chance to force all of the other teams to engage first.
I was going to say, essentially, they're relying on that crate being inside the next circle, too, because if not, then they're most likely going to be
a little
dead.
bit. Yeah,
I was sneaking his way into the circle. You know what? Sometimes you're flashy and you take out 3 players from ENCE in a second. Sometimes you're just going to prone down and let everyone else do the fighting for you. As I say that, of course, Ivers ain't just going to prone down and do nothing. He knows there's a NAVI player on the other side. That nade is going to be good. It's going to be on point. And once again, Entropiq make their way into the top 4.
So here we go. FaZe Clan with all 4 up. BBL and Thunder as trios. Entropiq now as a duo. FaZe 7 coming in now. Where will our teams go? FaZe Clan, they've got so much room to maneuver on that southern hill. And they could potentially go up to the electricity pylon as well if they really wanted to. I think they'd like to avoid that. Entropiq kind of in the open, but they're okay because there's a hill behind them. So no one's backstabbing them in this position.
This right now is everyone's going to be waiting for the next 31 seconds.
I think so, yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to... I mean, as much as FaZe are currently pushing in this direction, I don't see them hard committing to taking out Entropiq before they know if the circle is even going to force them away from the south. Because if they start making that play and just one gets knocked, I mean, it is Entropiq they're going up against after all. And Thunder makes their way out towards the east. Like, it's going to be incredibly dangerous for them. So don't risk it before you know if it's necessary at all or not.
Are we going to see a southern hard shift to FaZe, a northern hard shift to BBL? Almost the 4 points of a compass here, and it's Entropiq, the team with 2.
You just cast a curse both of them, because the only 2 teams that aren't in is BBL and FaZe. Thank you, Joro.
I was making things interesting.
Literally cast a curse in both the teams you mentioned there.
Look, the team with the fewest players has the most advantaged position. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I suppose so. Now, I mean, obviously, FaZe realizing we have to make a move, might as well take it to the team that you know is taking casualties already. Entropiq having to fend off against FaZe in here. But again, if there's a team to do something with just 2 alive, Entropiq sure has shown us today that they have the firepower needed to take out pretty much anyone.
Those smokes are a double-edged sword. Gustav going through the smokes to see if he can find someone prone. Evas almost getting an eye on that. QB getting a fantastic shot off. And now HC hunting around. Evas does go down to Gustav, and that means that Entropiq are down to 1.
Crucial that Gustav gets that knock. Keep gone down, and maybe Digwe had fallen behind them as well. It could have been FaZe falling apart, but not quite the case. Does QB get this risk? I would have to imagine that QB won't be able to do a whole lot about it. FaZe Clan simply not allowing him the time to get it up. In the meantime, not wanting to over-aggressive FX though with the double headshot connected. Entropiq out, BBL in trouble as well, making their way on down from Heroes. So much damage coming through, but now with FaZe Clan being done with Entropiq, they can focus their attention towards Thunder.
Double down now. Oh, no pun intended there. Gustav managing to finish off Thunder loss, which means that BBL are a single player. Only Code Barker remaining. Double will get revived. They've still got the compound, and that compound is still in zone as well. Provided Thunder have the utility, you have to imagine they're still in a decent spot.
Yeah, we're ending in the middle of all of this. It's going to be right in between Thunder and FaZe Clan. FaZe will have to go over the hillside, but Thunder will have to leave the building. What kind of an impact does Code Marco end up having here? I would have to imagine that he's going to be the backstab that's going to give FaZe the win. I don't see him engaging on FaZe at all. If anything, he's going to engage in Thunder, and hopefully for Thunder, they'll be able to take out Marco before they have to engage in FaZe. But the issue is right now, because Thunder has been in this building for so long, FaZe is perfectly positioned to just deny them any sort of entry to this thing.
The longer this goes on, the less good it will be for Thunder. They have to do something. Code Marco, 18 damage a second to the blue. He cannot stay in there for long. And Diggory says, thank you very much. It's now Thunder versus FaZe. It's not even Sunday, but FaZe are looking good for this one.
Yep, spreading out 2-2, splitting out as best as they can. Hirosen with a shotgun in the middle of everything. Unfortunately, running into the molly there is going to try to see if he can back on up at least to some extent. 16 kills, looking to be the second team today to get 19, unless if Thunder opts to deny the points here. Solid, if not near perfect game for FaZe, still having all 4 alive after all that confrontation.
Utility coming through now. Thunder focusing on the smokes, saying, look, we don't have the advantageous position, but if we have enough smokes to make this an even fight. And to be fair, if they use their smokes well, absolutely. Was that a pan getting chucked into the smokes?
I think it was. I think it was.
Love it.
This is absurd. 8C up close, prone on down. Spots one. 8C goes stuff working together. Vex peeking on over as well. Micah does find one, but will he get more of it? Just 1 HP left. Somehow still alive, but there you have it. FaZe Clan 19 kill chicken dinner to finish off the day.
FaZe up, ladies and gentlemen. Incredibly strong performance from them. 19 kills, a delightful chicken dinner in their, well, semi-home turf, in and around Milta Power as well. But for me, the highlight of that game has to be the pan.
The pan just flying through the smoke there. But honestly, I mean, this is a huge game for FaZe. It's not that they hadn't been playing good, but they just hadn't been playing like the FaZe great that we've seen in the past. And this game here is going to shoot them straight up the leaderboard to the very top of it.
It absolutely will. And that also means we are now 1/3 of the way through PCS6 Europe. So a fantastic time to take stock, break everything down, and see who's where and what's what. Sam, everybody, back to you.
Who's who, where's what, and all of that stuff. All I know is that Gustav stayed alive. My fantasy league is still intact. This is going well. It's actually not about the fantasy league. We need to talk about this. FaZe gets their first chicken dinner for PCS6, and we start seeing the FaZe we know and love. Avenger, that was a huge kill win for them, and it is exactly as Toby said, shooting them right up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's going to propel them right up to the top there. 29 points for that game. That was insane. 19 kills and the win and 3,000 damage. Absolutely insane game. So that's good to see from FaZe Clan. Obviously, they needed to do it as well. They have had a bit of a rough time. They had their best game so far was second place with 5 kills. And that's, you know, it's not a lot of points they've been able to get out through the thing. But then again, these massive games is just gonna shoot you right up there. And also because we have these teams that are like, it's only Entropiq that are sending it ahead. So you're with one good game, you can get into top 3, top 4 potentially, even if you're, you know, 12th, 11th.
Carlos, what did FaZe do there to ultimately secure them the chicken dinner?
Great control of the terrain that they had available to them. I mean, they took a 2-2 split across compounds where, yeah, they don't think the circle is going to go to, I think, the southernmost one, but using the anchor point on the north one and being able to use that flat terrain north of that compound to take out threats that are going to stop them from transitioning to those next spots was very, very astute. So I think they understood where their checkpoints were in this game to be able to edge them forwards into a winning position.
I think mostly here is also that they're able to isolate every single fight that they took, right? With HOWL here, then with ENCE, then they pushed onto the hill, and they were able to take a team fight where they had the advantage or actually put themselves into the advantageous spot for them every single time, right? So it was fantastic to see how they're able to, first of all, make sure they were controlling the southeast side, then they were able to push onto NAVI, isolating that fight, then continuing isolating more fights, then with Entropiq and so forth, right? So perfectly played by them here, and that's also why you end up with 19 kills.
When you take a look at the highlights, Avenger, what was one of the standout moments for you in this game?
It has to be the fight that we saw from FAZE onto HOWL, that they were able to actually survive all 4 guys, because it was kind of messy at one point, right? We had Gustav knocked on top of the tower, and HOWL was playing alone, where he didn't have a lot of backup until FAZE came throwing a couple of nades in the direction of HOWL and actually managed to get a knock there. So they were able to isolate the fight. HOWL was able to delay and managing to keep Gustav alive, and then they managed to stay 4 towards the late game, which set them up super nicely for this. Like a FaZe clan that is 4 guys alive, with the other teams already being a little bit hurt from previous fight throughout the game, is massive.
How about you, Caloris?
Yeah, I have to go with FaZe as well. It was very much the FaZe show in this game. I mean, you're watching in these moments as well, as that once they've got the ball rolling, that confidence exudes from this team. You're seeing as they sweep up the remainder of the eliminations of the kills as well. Not so much this the Thunder fight, that was going to be kind of a given by the end of things, but the way they're sweeping around the left-hand side, taking out Entropiq and holding Thunder in a compromised position. Very, very nicely done by FaZe. Masterclass.
I love how calm they are in victory. It's just like yep, that's the job we should have done, and obviously
it's the expectations to themselves, right? And that is what we see from these super high competitive. They are expecting to be able to win these games then.
They did win it, and it's going to give them a huge amount of points based on those kills. Of course, points are based on placements, but also kills, and you can see their FaZe at the top. Jeez. Wow, that is a nice way to end day 2.
It's a good catch-up game.
When you're taking a look at Entropiq, though, Caloris, this is a team that yesterday did quite well. Today, again, they seem to be on a roll. Can they be stopped?
Yes, they can. Like, where will the steam run out for them, I think is the question. Right now, it definitely hasn't. I mean, they get themselves yet another top finish across this. Ooh, all 3, baby.
Yeah,
I like
it's
that.
All FaZe across the board. That's good. 16, and that means that 80 had 3 as well, right? So it's actually massive.
Yeah.
I mean, when you take a look at this, the FaZe fans are going to be smiling. I don't think they have been since G-Loot Season 5. This is really impressive for them, and this is going to give them a lot of confidence moving into day 3, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is what I'm pretty confident this is what we're going to see moving into both tomorrow, but also into the coming weekend, is that we're going to see these invited teams and these little bit more experienced teams. They're going to be able to catch up a little bit. They're going to get faster used to the teams that they're playing against. They're going to be well and better prepared than the other teams. And that's eventually why I think we're going to see 6 out of the 8 invited partner teams in the top 8.
If you had Fex in your fantasy league, you must be smiling now.
He was expensive, though.
He was expensive, but sometimes it's worth spending money, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. I actually just spent money on getting my garden flattened.
Oh, no, here we go. Don't talk to him about terraforming his garden, all right? You'll never shut him up.
No. We will not discuss Avengers Garden. Instead, we will actually invite someone else in. So this is a team that I don't know what happened between yesterday and today. We'll have to ask them. They've come in today. They have outperformed a lot of the other teams. They've done such an incredible job. Squeaky from ENCE is with us now. Squeaky, it is so good to see your face again, my friend. How are you doing?
Hello, good to be here. I'm doing good. It's good to play good PUBG, so can't complain.
You definitely played good PUBG today. I have to ask, what changed for the team from yesterday to today?
I don't think we changed anything, to be fair. Like, if you look, like when we watched the games yesterday, we did the right move. We just we didn't get that much circle love yesterday, but the things we did, like towards the circle, they were the right things. So we watched the games, we did good. So we just had we did the same today. We played slow, we scout, etc. And like when you get a little bit circle love, it's gonna get you higher points in our playing style.
So I do think Avenger has a question for you as well, Avenger.
I do. Good to see you, my friend, and congrats on a good day. I actually want to hear a little better, like try to walk us through that game number 1 there, because you were obviously outside Crucible. It looked like you were scouting in towards the high ground, and you saw people, and then you're like, okay, let's try to go north. Try to walk us through that game, what your decision on the team was.
You mean the game we won?
Yeah.
Normally we like playing from north, so we were heading to north, and like we saw there was teams in front of us, and then we saw like the things about Miramar, the mountains are so OP, so you wanna like look for mountains because you can see pretty much the whole map. And like when the circle shifts towards the magnet compound, when I was up top in that rocks, I was like, guys, come here, there's no one in the magnet. And when I look my minimap, like I think Rusta and Tix were like 800 meters away, like other side of the crater field. I'm like, okay guys, hurry up, please. Come here. But yeah, like overall, I think that was like good example that how we wanna play the game, and like pros, like how we wanna like play towards the game, like when it's hard shifts or whatever, you wanna scout to see what people are going, because it's so center heavy in Europe right now. So there's like keys you can use for different doors because people like to center up, and then there's like teams that doesn't like to move, so the center is, you know.
Cool. Thank you so much for that insight.
Kalaris, how about you? Any questions for Squeaky?
Yeah, sure. I have a few, but I guess I'll just stick with one because there's a lot of cool kind of things going on in these games. Game 4. How much information were you guys working with when you kind of send it into the trench area? And obviously, Entropiq was next to you. I'm wondering if you were really too bothered about them, or if you thought that you were more bothered about other threats on the battlefield at the time.
After we cleared Sakura Sensei, like the plan was to just play on foot towards the hills and just kill everybody. But Rustamar, like when he scouted the dips, like you can play south or north inside the trench. Like Miro said that okay, there's people in the south trench, but north is free. I was like, are you sure? Can you check it again? Then I go to check it, and it's sort of like free. Okay, like go, let's get it, let's get him, boys. So it was like those stuff happened, you know. It was free, middle circle, no one wanna take it, like, and we started playing from foot, from potato, but we got Sakura's car because we won the fight, so grab the car, sent to the trench, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Final question from my side. When you take a look at this lobby, which team do you think is your biggest threat?
Biggest threat? So far, like, hard to say, because like we haven't had those edge fights what normally you like meet. Let's say you meet like Heroic all the time, or you meet NAVI all the time, or you meet Entropiq all the time, because it's been so different circles right now. We have little like home circles in Miramar, so we just AFK in the compound. But I think Entropiq is looking super solid right now. I don't think they have lost 4v4 this tournament, which is not surprising, but yeah, I'm just waiting that when Heroic will start cleaning up the lobby.
Yeah.
Waiting for Heroic. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Well done today, and I hope to see you at the top of the leaderboard tomorrow again.
Thank you.
I mean, Avenger, he mentioned it there. Do you think we'll see the standings in a little bit, but do you think that is going to change? Is Heroic going to be able to start cleaning up? Because they seem to struggle.
But it's correction page. We saw a little bit of them today, right? I've actually been quite satisfied with the improvements that we've seen from the teams that we're expecting to do well from yesterday coming into today. And obviously, there's our kind of mid-pack of how the teams are and how close our leaderboard is going to be. It is still extremely close. Like, even though we're 10 games through here, as you can see on our leaderboard right now, it is extremely close. 50 points from Thunder in 10th, up to 66 points in 5th place. It is one good game with a win with 6 kills, or one good game where you get like 10 kills and like a second place. You're flying up the leaderboard. It's extremely close, right?
I mean, that's the thing, Sam, right? Like, Heroic is a team that, for me, traditionally, when you've watched them kind of through tournaments, they run really hot or really cold, and I feel like they've been a little bit lukewarm in this tournament as a whole. It's not like they're like the guys like Curexi and stuff like that. It's not like they're not getting their damage out. It's not like they're not getting kills here and there, but it's just been a bit middling. And you know, I think Squeaky is very astute in knowing that eventually this threat is looming. I mean, Navi's probably a great example as well. Eventually these threats are looming. Eventually they will properly turn on, and you've got to be ready for it when it comes.
I'm going to steal Avenger's term, but that whole concept of week 2 teams, I think NLT, NAVI, Heroic, those are teams that in week 2 could be very dangerous. Yeah. And when you take a look though on the other side, looking at the top there, Entropiq making that big gap between themselves and FAZE, who's now been able to jump into second place with that 19 kill chicken dinner. I mean, if they carry on like this though, the question is come next week, is it possible to catch up with them, Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, so a 35-point lead after 10 games is absolutely insane. It's like, it's almost unheard of. We're talking like the amount of, the same amount of the points we saw in the Grand Final for PGC 2021. We saw NAVI and Heroic be the only 2 teams that kind of was in that kind of lead. And it was a 2-horse race at that point. And look at this as well. Naleb still staying above 2, actually being on 2.7 kills per game. It is 27 kills so far. Ives on 19, Gustav on 20 so far, right? So it's absolutely insane to see these guys step up like this, and also this amount of damage is like it's absolutely unheard of. Well, Gustav had a massive day. You must be happy here, Sam.
I'm very happy, but I do have to say, I want to know what Naleb has for breakfast, because 2 days in a row now, he has just performed. Can we find out? Because I want to see if I can get better at PUBG and help everyone else.
I want to say this real quick. It was so funny because one of the guys posted on the Discord when Naleb had those insane games, people went into his Twitch chat and then started doing like exclamation mark sends, exclamation mark diet, like everything. Like, it's like, give me all your settings. I want to know everything about you. It was perfect. It was really good to see him stepping up, and like people are writing, oh, the European Tickleton and stuff like that. But obviously Naleb is not competing in easy lobby, in easy region like America. So yeah.
I mean, I'm that person. I want to know everything about Naleb to see if I can just copy it, and if I can perform the same. We all know I won't, and probably if you're watching. But look at that. I mean, this is 2 days. This is 2 days in a row for this guy. He is not stopping, Kalaris.
Yeah, the fact that 5,000 damage across 10 games, I mean, of course, we just saw the average, so we could have worked it out in our heads realistically, but the fact that you see it there in the flesh, a single kind of count there, that's extremely impressive. And if he continues alongside that, I think the scary thing as well about today is that I think that, yes, they might not have had the huge pop-off games that they had yesterday, but I think some of the other guys around him are having a step up as well. So you got to be scared of this team at the top.
Sure.
Entropiq, BBL, ENCE, those 3 teams today really showed up. If Entropiq keeps showing up day after day, it's going to be a scary threat as we move through PCS6. That is all for day 2. We're going to shake things up tomorrow. Pansy and Hyde Park are going to be jumping onto cast. Kalaris is going to be hosting. Thank you so much for letting me play in your chair, friend. Right. I hope that you all have a good day tomorrow. I'm so glad that I won't be here when the Fantasy League gets popped up. From myself, Avenger, Kalaris, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.